Good morning, everybody. Not a good morning for me, but you know, at least hopefully you guys are having a good morning. I don't wish anybody to have a bad morning, you know. So we're back on our way out to Ripon, Wisconsin, and yeah, got to go to the plant, and we're going to do 190 tons. So whatever 190 is divided by 2 is how many? Well, divided by 2, or yeah, let's see, divided by 20, divided by 2. That's how many loads we've got to run. So I'm not sure what the math is on that, but you know, hey. So today's topic is Karens. And what do you do about them? Probably knew I was going to go here today. When you have Karens in your neighborhood that sit here and do nothing but call the cops about nothing and whatever, just because they have nothing better to do with their life, how would you guys deal with it? That's the question. What would your solution be? I don't have that working yet, Sheriff. Well, I do, but I don't. Shit, I forgot my headset. Yeah, you guys will hear it, I won't. I knew I was going to forget something, and I forgot my headset. I was going to link my headset to my phone so I could hear those. I might be able to do something to work it around.
Says, pay at Terra Clock 8,589.
Yeah. I might be able to do something to get those working for me in the truck a little later. I did a lot of work on it. I was going to just use a headset, but stupid me. I didn't do that.
Chef Terra says, okie dokie.
Okie dokie. That's all good. Just sucks because I don't have time to turn around and go and deal with it. Otherwise, I'd go and I'd get my headset. But it is what it is. So, what creative ways do you guys have to get a little vengeance back against a neighborhood Karen? I'm really open to all ideas.
188 says, good morning, Eric. I put my home up for sale and move. Just my opinion.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not really an option. I mean, I'm not broke, but I'm not that financially well-to-do that I can just pick up and move and buy a new house. You know, especially in today's housing markets. I mean, You know, if houses were back at their normal rate, you know, a couple of years ago, yeah, I probably could. But now that a $100,000 house is now a $250,000 house,
Chef Tara says, vengeance is never good though.
yeah, but I feel like I need some retribution. That's what it is, though. It might not be good. I'm not trying to do it. I just want to annoy them in a way that they're fucking with my life. You know, they're causing me problems, making my life harder. You know, and it's like, really? This doesn't affect you. Why are you going out of your way to make a problem, you know, for me that isn't even a problem for you, you know?
Chef Tara says, what exactly are they doing?
Well, a couple things. So, the back of my property slopes away from my house, and the city sits here and says that if I want to put up a garage, I have to make all...
It says, give a like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
So, I have to bring the ground up to a higher level because there's a law that says that I have to make the water drain towards the street while my backyard goes away from the street.
Ad hoc in the lake 2832 says, good morning Eric.
Good morning. So, you know, like I said, so every time I bring gravel home to dump into my backyard, they either do stupid shit like they park their car...
It says, they ad hoc in the lane 2832.
They park their car in a way that it traps my dump truck in my driveway because I need the extra room to swing out. Even though they live a couple houses up the road, if they hear that I'm there, while I'm back dumping, they'll go and park their car in a way that I can't get out of my driveway. They constantly are calling the city, even though the city has basically said that I can do that, you know, that I don't need a permit to level my property.
After the lane 2832 says, hello Fry.
Now, after 15 years of parking my dump truck on my street, they're whining to the cops about my dump truck being there. You know, which is now forcing me to potentially have to park my dump truck somewhere else, not in front of my house where I can keep an eye on it. Even though they live a couple houses down and it doesn't affect them. You know, just being a real annoyance and doing a lot of childish shit. For no damn reason. It's not even like they're my physical neighbor. They're, they're another house down. So anything I do to my property doesn't actually affect them. You know, I guess I'm just kind of sick of taking the high road, you know, and I just feel like doing something that's going to annoy the fuck out of them. They don't need to know it's me. It just, you know, I don't know, some retribution. Yeah, I'd build a damn house, but they're so damn expensive too. You can't build a freaking house anymore. Trust me, I would love to get out of the city and out of that neighborhood.
Chef Tara says,
Yep. Definitely no life.
At Kentucky, 888 says, very true, homes are way too expensive, but if neighbors are causing you hell, it's just going to be a headache however you look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, for 15 years I parked that truck the truck on the street. Never had a problem. You know, and it's nice for the boss and it's nice for me because like right now we're working southwest of Fond du Lac in Ripon, and it would be an additional, I don't know, hour and a half drive each way because I would have to drive the 35-40 minutes to Manitowoc, you know, to drop the truck off, and then the 35 to 45 minutes back to my house, you know, 35 to 40 minutes back to my house. So it's just, you know, just annoying. Like this guy doing 5 miles an hour under the speed limit in the frickin' fast lane while they're fucking texting on their phone. And it's a lady. So, I don't know, like I said, I might go to the Jehovah's Witness website and sign them up. Let them know that they want to join. I don't know. Like I said, it's just freaking annoying. Yeah, and then the officers haven't had a problem with my truck there in 15 years. But now that somebody is complaining, I have to do something about it. It's like, really? It's like, it's only a law if somebody complains about it. It's like, really? This is just, you know, these laws that the government doesn't enforce unless they get a complaint is really just weaponizing ordinances and laws.
Chef Tara says, I've had neighbors like that before. I think they were jealous how I lived my life, so they would just do stupid stuff to me. Kentucky 888 says, I used to live in the country, no live in the city and hate it, but homes are way too expensive to buy.
Yeah. trust me, if I could move out to the country and, just have a property with a nice size pole building, I'd be happy, but...
Peppermint says, can you make a driveway on your property to park off street on your property?
Well, like I said, then they'll start playing the stupid game where they'll park in a way that my street's a one-way street, so I technically can only swing out of my driveway one direction.
Fry says, they add Clara Billy.
And they'll park, even though they normally always park in their driveway, they'll purposely park in a way that I can't get out of my driveway, which then it's like I can't go to work, Or
Peppermint says, good morning, Eric.
Good morning. Or I've got to do something illegal and go the wrong way on a one-way street to get out of my driveway. So it's just stupid. So even if I did park it in my driveway, that causes problems of its own. And I can't do that if I take the trailer home. I can only do that if I'm not running the trailer. And I'll tell you, when I say my driveway is narrow, I've got inches on each side of the truck to pull into my driveway. I do it because I gotta dump gravel, but to sit here and try to park in my driveway every night, that'd just be a bear too. Every house I see that's decent, that's out in the country, that has like a pole building is a $500 and some thousand house. I mean, your boy ain't broke, but damn, $500 and some thousand house. I'm not that financially well-to-do. I saw this one; it was beautiful. Oh my God. It was almost $800,000. I was drooling over it. Swimming pool in the backyard, a whole bunch. There were a couple of separate buildings. There was like a 3-car garage, another building. I mean, definitely would be my dream property. But the damn mortgage itself would have been like $4,000 some a month, and I'm like, yeah, I can't do $4,000 some a month.
Peppermint says, they can't block you and then you can complain about them. I don't know why people have to be that wide.
Yeah. Well, technically the spot that they park is a legal parking spot. So they're not like blocking the end of my driveway. They're blocking the area that I need to turn into on the street to get out of my driveway. So I can't really do anything about it if they choose to park there, because it is a legal parking spot. They're not breaking any law by parking there.
Peppermint says, morning Fry, is it morning?
Yeah. It's just normally nobody ever parks there because everybody's got driveways, and they have got no reason to park there because they live 2 houses down. So it'd be more convenient for them to park in front of their house, either on either side of the street. But they purposely come and they park back by my house just to fuck with me. trust me, I would like to. I got nothing tying me to Sheboygan. You know, I'd rather move up near Appleton or one of the more vibrant cities. You know, not in the city, but you know, close enough that I could go to Appleton pretty quickly. I do miss my city living. I grew up in Milwaukee most of my life, so I'm used to having the conveniences of a city. And Sheboygan ain't that. I moved up here for love. And the only reason I stay is because
Kentucky 888 says, good neighbors would not complain, but we live in a new generation. That's what they do.
Yeah, but see, the funny thing is these people are old, you know, so they're boomers, you know, they're not just some young, weird, whacked out Democratic, you know, young people that are complaining. These are people that are retirees, and it's like, you don't even leave your house. You barely drive your car, you know. What does having my dump truck on the street have to do with you? And then on top of it, what does me leveling my backyard so I can build a garage have to do with you? And then on top of it, he's the neighborhood watch guy. Him and his, well, he is, and then his wife is a Karen. So they're all about sticking their nose in other people's business. It's like, Jesus Christ. The funny thing is hypothetically, if they were to pass away from old age, I could park on the street again. Because it's only them making trouble. So the problem goes away when they go away. I was actually looking at a property right here. There's a house, there's a property back here.
It says, yes, I understand. And trying to think, can you put up no block signs and then it's posted for legal rights?
I'd have to have the city put up a sign, which then would have to get the city involved, and then the city would probably bitch about me having a commercial vehicle in my driveway. You know, like I said, a lot of these cities are starting to get to where they make these stupid ordinances that they can enforce, you know, and they're not going to. They're not going to fairly enforce them, you know. So they put them on the books, and then they just use them as weapons if somebody complains. So there's probably some stupid law that sits here and says that I can't park in my driveway with a commercial vehicle, which in any normal situation, as long as no neighbor complained about it being in my driveway, cops wouldn't do anything about it. So if I were to go to the city and say, hey, I need you guys to put up a no parking sign from, you know, here to here, even if I paid for it, they would sit here and they would probably want to know the reason, and then come back at me sitting here and saying something stupid like, well, you're not allowed to park your truck in your driveway anyways.
Absolutely.
You know, so at that point that would be a dead issue anyways. Plus I really don't want to have to deal with, you know,
Peppermint says,
that.
LOL, that is a shame. Yes, it a pain in the A?
Yeah.
Frankie says, good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Frankie.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, do you have HOAs? HOAs suck.
Luckily, no, I'm not in an HOA. That, yeah, if I, you know, he's trying to treat it like it's an HOA, but no. I don't have an HOA, so that's the good thing, you know. But I mean, cities are getting so crazy with all these rules. Like at my other property where I've got the robotic lawnmower, when I bought the property, I could legally park on the grass, no problem. Then some neighbors complained that I had stuff in my backyard, which, whatever. Basically, they complained because I revved my engine once. I forgot because I've got that tree line.
Frankie says, thank you for the email yesterday. I cannot wait to hear my sounder when it's done.
Not a problem. I've got a tree line, and I forget that there's a house literally right on my border next to my tree line. And I revved up my engine on one of my mudding vehicles to kind of have the fan suck some of the dirt out of the radiator. And he came flying around the trees just screaming at me, and I'm like, dude, I forgot, I'm sorry. You know, all I see is trees. I forget that your house is like right the fuck there. And he decided to call the village, and they made a law sitting here saying I can't park on grass. And I'm the only person that they enforce it to. So it's like really? You made a law. Everybody in that fucking town parks on their grass, selling cars, parking their RVs, whatever. But because I've got a non-conforming property, so I can't make my driveway any wider, I can't put gravel down to park on it, I can't make any changes to the property, I can't do anything to not make my backyard grass. It's like, really? So it's like, fucking neighbors. You know, unfortunately, I'm going to say I wish we didn't have police to a point. Because honestly, people cower behind the police and do this cowardly little bullshit. You know, if they actually had to stand up for themselves, you know, and interact with you and do something, you know, instead of just making a phone call, you know, the world would definitely be a better place. You know, right now everything's set up, you know, all the little chicken shit people have all this little power. You know, it's like, Jesus Christ. Just so fucking annoying.
Peppermint says, amen.
And it's because there's no consequences, you know. You know, all they got to do is make a phone call, you know, because a minor irritation bugs them. And then they completely upend somebody else's life over a minor inconvenience for them. I mean, it wasn't like, you know, in that instance, it wasn't like I was moving my mud trucks every single day. You know, it wasn't like I was moving my mud trucks every single day. I mean, maybe I moved them once a month, you know, or once every 2 weeks for one day, you know, and it was all of like 5 or 10 minutes while I was loading them on a trailer to take them someplace. And they had mufflers. You know, it wasn't like they were like open headers, you know. But there's a guy like right down the street that has high performance cars, and he's constantly out there tuning them, but he keeps them in his garage, you know. So he'll pull them out, he'll start revving them, and he'll tune them and stuff, but they're out of sight, so the city can't do shit about it because he can park them in his garage. Frickin' cops are out here like crazy. So yeah, very annoying. Holy shit, 3 cops deep. And one of them's in like full frickin' military, like he's got the hard hat helmet on. You know, like he's being deployed to war. Wow, that's weird.
Frankie says, so what's the fucking point of having them and not using them though?
Yeah. I guess I'm not getting on the freeway. I forget we're going to Ripon. We're not going to the other place. So I gotta go through the frickin' city. I hate going through Fond du Lac. I wish they'd make this road, I don't know what they'd have to do to this road, but just make it
Peppermint says,
a major
okay,
road.
if they parking at your house, parking your truck in front of their house then.
I can't, because like I said, they'll just call the cops, and then the cops will tell me to come move it. Although I've thought about getting my dually, because they can't bitch about the dually being on the street and parking that over by their house.
Frankie
just so they can
says,
look at that.
if I buy a supercar in depth using them like 4.
Yeah. I don't know.
Peppermint says, play the game.
Yeah. You know, and the funny thing is whenever I talk to any of these people, you know, the cops, whatever, you know, they're all like the magical answer is just go get a piece of property in, you know, out in the country. And it's like, 1, I shouldn't have to. 2, it's not that fucking simple. You know, it's like, you know, you just can't go out and just be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to randomly buy a piece of property. I mean, I've found some properties that would be cool, but then they come with their own bullshit problems. I mean, I could buy an acre of land out in New Holstein for like $25,000. That's very doable. I could afford that. But they won't, they decided
James
to...
Bond says, good morning Eric and Fry and Clara, hope everyone is well.
Good morning, Mr. James Bond.
Frankie says, hey, I am our Bond.
So, I could buy this piece of property any day of the week, okay? You know, pretty much, you know, 25 grand, that's within my wheelhouse, you know. Problem is that...
James Bond says, at Frankie Flo Joe, good morning.
The city has made it where there's 2 conditions that kind of screw me. Condition number one, you have to build a building within a year, otherwise they take the property back. It's like, really? So you don't really own the property until you bring it up to whatever.
It says they are really idiots.
Yeah. So you really don't own the property until you build a building on it. And I don't really want to build a building, right away. I just want a place that I can park my stuff, and put some gravel down.
Says true idiots.
Well, the fun part about this place is that every other property that's adjacent to this property has been there for years, and they all have gravel driveways and gravel parking lots and whatever. But because some idiot in the fucking government of that village decided that they were going to follow what big cities do and pass an ordinance that says that all
James Bond
parking
says,
services...
Cheers, Eric and I had same crap with my local cops. They said just move somewhere else if I don't like the cannabis being smoked, LOL.
Yeah, because that's just a simple solution. So all of the neighbors around that property have gravel parking lots, gravel driveways, whatever. But because some idiotic, person...
Hey, Chris Ayers 007.
Some idiotic person decided that they were gonna implement a law that a bigger city, because this is just some shit little town, has.
At night, but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Now I would have to put down either an asphalt or a concrete parking lot to be able to just park stuff out there. Which on top of it still isn't going to work because it won't satisfy the requirement of having a building on the property. This is not America anymore. It really is not. It's not America anymore. The days of being able to work your way up and,
It says, that's just a bunch of bull.
Build your dream, it's gone, You can't, it's almost impossible to start a business, the infrastructure to run a business.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, good to see you, hope all's good in the hood.
The infrastructure to run a business, to be able to build a building, to run your business out of it, the price of entry is so damn high nowadays, it's just undoable.
Overlord commands and tap that screen, haha.
Yeah.
Frankie says, hey, I Fry TV.
I mean, you wonder why businesses are, not really booming.
Good morning, Chris.
I mean, you can't just build a building and expand it as you
James
grow.
Bond says, at Clara Bailey, cheers.
Nowadays, they want you to, you got to put an asphalt or a concrete parking lot down. That's a major expense right off the bat. Then the buildings they want you to build, you got to have blueprints. You got to put, so you got to pay extra for that.
Hey, at Frankie Flojo.
I mean, to build a decent sized building nowadays with the property, you're almost at $1 million. Just to build, not even like, we're not talking about like a fancy building, just something basic, to build this fucking Taco Joe or Taco John's or whatever. It's $1 million freaking building, and it sits on a slab. It's just a piece of shit building.
James Bond says, Eric, you will own nothing and be happy renting everything from large corporations. LOL, that's the end goal now. The state with the backing of big companies will be your master.
Yeah. You know, every property that I find out in the country that used to be farmland, they turn them into residential plots if they're...
Peppermint says, I really don't know, it sucks.
If they're 5 acres or less, they automatically turn it into residential property, and then residential property has its own frickin' rules. Then if I want to build a shop
Fry
out
says,
there,
and you will eat ZZ bugs and like it.
then if I want to build a shop out in the country, well, the problem is that all the little municipalities sit here and say, well, you got to build a house first. You know, I can't afford to build both.
888 says, at Chris Ayers 007, I agree. They are trying to do the same shit with computers.
Yeah, you can't build a computer to save your life anymore. Computers are becoming unattainable pieces of equipment. You know, at least new ones.
Frankie says, when do you ever do that call and show since you have the setup?
I don't know. The problem is I haven't figured out a way to be able to keep TTS and have the call-in show. Because the only way that the
James Bond says, my friend Joe is lucky he illegally built a property on his land in the woods and has so far gone undebited 12 years. LOL.
Yeah. The problem is the speakerphone only works well when I connect it to the car stereo. But the car stereo is how we get TTS.
LOL Fry.
So it's kind of a one or the other type situation.
At Kentuckythan 888, they are prepping us for AI takeover. We will be like in the Truman Show soon. Watch 24 hours a day by OU owners.
Yeah. Yeah, no, computers are getting crazy. Fry told me yesterday, and I haven't verified this, but you know, we trust Fry, that computer chips are going to be going really freaking crazy too. So you can't buy storage, you can't buy RAM, and now you're not going to be able to buy CPUs. It's like, you know,
Peppermint
what
says,
the hell?
Yes, it's a bunch of bull. You buy property and can't do what you want on your own property. Everyone wants a piece, it all money.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's just stupid. This isn't America anymore. You know, you can't just start up a business in your garage because some neighbor will bitch about it and you'll have to shut it down. You know, in this day and age...
At Kentucky from 888 says, at Chris Ayers 007, I even said when AI came out, that was going to end everything that we know. AI is taking over every workplace for the most part.
I mean, in this day and age, you know, all these businesses that were started in a garage would not... Harley wouldn't frickin' exist. People would bitch about the motorcycle engine noises. So if they tried to start a business out of a garage right now, you know, that wouldn't happen. Apple, people would be worried that they're trying to hack into something, you know, or whatever. You know, so they'd be calling the NSA or whatever, trying to get them shut down.
James Bond says, at Kentucky from 888, true 100% sir. The only good thing in the UK is computers are still cheap. I've seen Ryzen 5 systems with water-cooled tech for 500 British pounds.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's just stupid. It literally is just stupid. So I've been talking to Moblin on their Discord chat about trying to bring this feature that we have on our screen to where the chat disappears after a certain amount of time.
All started in his garage.
Yeah. Because I don't like the placement, unfortunately. I wish it kind of came from the top down. But it is nice that the messages don't just stay on the screen. But that's not built into Moblin. This is an overlay. But I've been trying to get Moblin to enable this.
James Bond says, pre-owned water-cooled PCs not brand new, otherwise that will be $2,000 LOL.
Yeah, that's about what they still are here. I mean, graphics cards too are freaking crazy. It's like, I mean, I'm just glad I built a really nice computer back when I did, because right now, shit, I don't think it'd be a freaking $4,000 computer.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, so did Steve Wozniak, the all-and-powerful wizard of Wiz, LOL.
Yeah. Oh, you can't talk about Woz. You're not an Apple fanboy. You're an Android fanboy, so you can't talk about Woz. Your Woz card's been denied. So yeah, no, unfortunately, this is not the America that our parents grew up in. You know, it's gotten overregulated, too many stupid ordinances that they don't actually enforce unless people complain. You know, things are just getting way too unattainable. You know, like I said, with all these computer prices going up, you're pushing all these people out of a hobby, you know, or having the ability to use a computer. Because who the hell's going to pay?
At Kentucky, the 888 says, have you seen what a 5090 video card goes for? Holy shit, I could not afford that shit.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what they are, but I'm guessing $2,000 to $3,000 just for that freaking video card.
James Bond says, but I respect what Wozniak and Jobs did, LOL.
Yeah. Although you shit on my iPhone and my Apple products all the time.
At Kentucky, 888, the old GDX cards are still capable.
Yes and no. I've got a 4080, so it's still going to be relevant for a little while. Although I've got the ticking time bomb processor. I've got the 14th gen Intel, which silently is destroying itself, which really should have been a recall. It's a flawed design that they did a software patch to, and nobody knows how much damage has already been done to the CPU before they fixed it. So there's no guarantee how much life that processor is going to have.
At Kentuckythan 888 says, at Chris Ayers 007 not if you're a gamer. A lot of newer games need a better card.
Then a 40, oh yeah, then a GTX, yeah.
James Bond says, but Steve Jobs was not involved in these new iPhones. The old iPhone 4S was one of the best phones ever back in the old days.
Yeah.
At Kentuckythan 888 you can get those cards cheaper on FB Marketplace, but a lot of searching needed.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, it's crazy. I mean, I think that I'm in what would be considered the middle class bracket, and all these things are unaffordable for me. So it's like all these other people that are, lower middle class or, whatever. It's like, how are they ever gonna prosper?
Peppermint says, I got coffee I have to hammer down today. No choice and only in Provo, Utah.
Gotcha. If I hypothetically wanted to sit here and start my own auto repair shop, to build a building or to even buy a building that would be suitable for a mechanic shop, you're almost talking about $1 million building. How the hell is anybody going to start that?
GDX 5090 is a total joke, though. Here it is $3.5 grand. LOL.
Yeah. I mean, how the hell is anybody going to start a business, a mom and pop corner garage in this day and age? It's unattainable.
At Clara Bailey.
It's unattainable.
RDX now apparently LOLI, and that old my computer still is using the old GDX cards.
Yeah. I mean, I've still got a 1080 kicking around in one of my computers. I guess it really depends on what you're trying to do with it and what games you're interested in. I mean, when I do, shit, it's been a hot minute since I've been on it. I'm doing more research and tech shit on my computers than I am playing games. But I mean, I used to like to play GTA 5, and yeah, the game's 20, it's a billion years old. So yeah, it'll still run on a 1080, no problem.
GDX 1660 is still a capable card, only $120 here.
Yeah. But you're not going to be playing the new GTA 6 when it comes out. I mean, the system requirements for that game are freaking insane. I mean, I'm going to literally have to buy an additional hard drive.
Bitcoin with it, LOL. That's probably why they cost so much.
No, it's the AI boom. The manufacturers that normally make the graphics cards. It was mining for a while, but then what it ended up turning into is the AI boom. The manufacturers that manufactured graphics cards have switched over to making hardware for the AI stuff. So they're just not making enough of them. So now it's a supply and demand problem. You know, they've raised the prices because they're not making as many and they can't keep up with the supply.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, I got a question, I'm an Intel guy. Is AMD better than Intel?
It flip-flops. I mean, right now, I would say AMD is the better processor. I used to be a hardcore Intel guy, but ever since their...
Peppermint says, yes, I'm my own employer and there's times I need to fire Clara, she doesn't listen good.
Yeah. After Intel's snafu with their 14th gen processors, they've really just been falling behind AMD.
James Bond says, yeah, GTA 6 will be crazy. Probably beat the whole of the USA to explore, and if you have a powerful enough card, render it in native 8K LOL.
Yeah. You know, by every metric, AMD's the more powerful, faster processors for the money.
Ryzen is better than Intel in my opinion.
Yeah. You know, it always kind of flip-flopped. I mean, back in the old Pentium 233 days, you know, AMD was better because they had, you know, 300 some megahertz processors before Intel. But then Intel kind of really blew AMD out of the market, and a lot of it was the software was all written, optimized for Intel. So they were always the best in the market. But nowadays, it seems like it's AMD that's a better setup. Plus, on top of it, AMD tends to, when they change their motherboard socket, they stick with it a lot longer. Where Intel will make a change every few years, so your upgrade path is a lot less.
Frankie says, my bike is ready, IT took all week, IMM go pick it up soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get my bikes out of storage. I haven't ridden them at all this year. But when do I have time? If I'm not fucking around with working on my stream, you know, I've got other shit I gotta do around my house. Every weekend. I haven't had a day off in forever. I may not be working. See, that's all I need is a little building like that over on the left. But that crappy farmhouse, because it wasn't really that nice looking of a farmhouse, with that building is probably $500,000.
James Bond says, data centers be buying up all the GPUs, apparently that's why they cost so much now. Time to plant Japanese knotweed outside data centers, LOL.
Yeah, well, it's not that they're buying up the consumer grade GPUs. They've got a very specific setup that they want, and the manufacturers are just focusing on making that style of GPU for them. So they don't have, the manufacturers aren't making our GPUs. That's the problem. You know, so they've shifted away from making the consumer style GPUs, so that they can focus on making the ones that the actual AI data centers want. Which I can't blame them. I mean, they're, you know, obviously they're in the business of making money, and if you've got a customer base that's going to pay way more than what we're going to pay, and it's a cash cow, from a financial status, it makes sense. But that's what's also happening with RAM. I mean, Crucial used to make RAM, and they stopped making consumer RAM so that they can make dedicated RAM for servers, for these AI centers. So they just discontinued their consumer line because they couldn't build both, which is stupid in my opinion. You would think just expand your, if you've got this cash cow coming in, just expand your facilities so that you can make both. But that's not how they do it, or that's not how they see it.
James Bond says, yeah, time to take down the AI data centers, LOL.
Yeah, and the funny thing is they're not even that good. You know, I paid for the Grok trial because that's supposed to be the best one, and I had it doing some research, and it's like it kept stopping. It's like, I'm like, don't stop, just keep going. Oh, well, it's a limitation of how the chat interface works, and it's like, I don't care. I want you to just go dig this data up, you know? And it refused. And it's like, well, what the fuck? So if any of my inquiries took more than a page of data for it to display, it would just stop. And then it would be like, is there anything else I can help you with? Yeah, finish my fucking request. Yeah, this DIH auto repair here over on the right. You think that the size of this...
says, LOL seems like a scam to me, haha.
Yeah. I mean, if you looked at the size of that parking lot and the size of the building, you couldn't buy that property and build it. It couldn't happen these days. You know, there are not going to be any new businesses in the United States because the cost of entry is just too freaking high.
Okay, I'm back to work. Have a long drive. Next stop, Las Vegas.
Oh, fun. You know, hell, right here, this business is closed. I can tell it's for sale. You know, and nobody's going to buy that building because it's going to be way too much.
James Bond says, okay, Clara. Adalarlalumi says, morning Eric.
Morning. Call my boss real quick.
Peppermint says, no, I'm not stopping to play.
Yeah. Seeing I'm waiting anyways, do you want me to come over and get that trailer out of the property? Alright, well let me come over there and do that while we're waiting for you to tell us to load anyways. Alright, I'll be there in just a little bit. Alright, bye. Okay. Ooh, low-hanging tree. We're just going to drive on the opposite side of the street so we don't take off our Wii Boost antenna. Because that would be no bueno. Yeah, I think somebody needs to come trim these trees just a little bit. Ah, Jesus Christ.
Peppermint says, I wouldn't have time even if I wanted to know. I don't gamble, just on your channel, that's it.
Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, it is this turn. Fuck! GPS was delayed.
James Bond says, LOL.
I need a place to turn around. This looks good. It looked good.
That's a no bueno, Eric Lowe.
Peppermint says, oh, the sun. Frankie says, at Chris Ayers 007, hey, that's not nice.
What's not nice? What happened? What'd I miss?
$1 billion, ha ha ha.
Peppermint says, are we there?
We're just, we're coming to get the trailer out of the property. So, we're not at the asphalt plant, but we're gonna
Frankie
get...
says, he stole all my hopes and dreams.
Who stole all your hopes and dreams? Alright, I gotta go hook up this trailer and get it out of here.
James says, at Frankie Flo Joe LOL. Peppermint says, I don't know, I missed it too. Frankie says, MR Bond did.
I stole all Frankie's hopes and dreams. Make Frankie great again.
I'm back. Alright, what's going on? That everybody's telling everybody to be nice.
Peppermint says, everyone be nice, no too early. Frankie says, hehe.
I'm at the job site right now. They're loading up some millings on me, and I'm pulling the trailer out. So I'll get you that number as soon as I get back to the
Peppermint
asphalt plant.
says, good. James Bond says, add Clara Bailey.
Alright, let me see what... Oh, Donald. I stroll Frankie's hopes and dreams.
Peppermint
I
says,
see.
nothing, we are being good.
No, I see it. Somebody used the Donald thing. Yeah, I forgot my headset. I was going to be able to monitor it on my phone, and I forgot my headset. So yeah, I can't hear it. But I did a whole bunch of work to do it so I could listen to it, and it's like, son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't have it. But yeah, I see. Yeah. Yeah, so I can't hear the AI voices right now. So that's why I was missing out on what was going on.
James Bond says, LOL Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a somebody on the Discord for Moblin had sent me a link to a program. I don't know at the time why the hell they sent it to me, because it wasn't for the question that I was asking for. But I happened to check it out anyways, because I'm always interested in new technology, and it's this slick little app that lets me take sound from OBS and basically send it almost instantaneously. I gave...
Peppermint says, oh no, bummer, you can't hear. I won't use then if you can't hear.
Yeah. So I gave Fry the link, and I mean, it's literally instantaneous. From when I would start the audio to when I stopped the audio, that Fry could hear it. I was in a phone call, and almost as soon as I clicked the button, he's listening to the sound. So I can use that to send the sound here and listen to it. But the problem is that I've got it so it's piped into the channel so you guys hear it better. If I do it here locally, you're going to hear it over the microphone, and it's not quite loud enough. So, I don't know. We might play with it if I get a few minutes. I might be able to get it working and have it come over the stereo with TTS. I might have to boost it. Let me work the problem.
At Kroger, John Bryant says, good morning everybody. James Bond says, at Kroger John Bryant GC. At Kroger John Bryant says, cheers Chris. Peppermint says, good morning Kroger. At Kroger John Bryant says, good morning Clara. At Charlotte Helton 19 says, good morning Eric.
Good morning. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Alright. Gotta pull up the GPS.
James Bond says, cheers Kroger.
What the fuck? There we go.
At Charlotte Helton 19 says, I've been watching you for a long time even with the convoy. I'm not a talker.
Well, I appreciate you coming in and I appreciate you talking. We like our lurkers, but we also enjoy our talkers. But I appreciate it. Hopefully you'll get in on some of the games, you know, slots, roulette,
James Bond
dice.
says, just so you are aware Eric, as I just checked Frankie's channel, he's is only a little kid like 10 years old. Maybe be careful of swearing, don't want angry parents coming in chat.
Yeah, we had that conversation yesterday after you went offline. Frankie's 17, so we're not overly worried about it. And it's not my fucking job to parent their child.
851XG says, get high quality kick viewers, troll votes, and clip views directly from YouTube/5MWO4GB0.
Yeah, it's not my job to fucking parent their kid. If they don't want them watching some old trucker driving down the road cursing every once in a while, then they should pull his tablet or pull his computer.
James Bond says, welcome in at Charlotte Helton 19, thanks for joining today.
You know, that's his parents' problem, not mine.
James Bond says, really LOL, he looks like a 10-year-old on his channel, haha.
Maybe he is 10 years old. I mean, people can be whatever age, sex, race they want to be on the internet, and I have no way of verifying it. And like I said, again, that's not my problem. You know, it's a parenting problem. If he is 10 years old and he's on the internet and he's on my channel and he's not supposed to be on here, you know, that should be, that's his parents' job to make him not be on a channel like this. Not my job to censor myself because maybe a 10-year-old is watching. I'm pretty sure even the 10-year-olds hear people curse. Although we don't get too bad. We don't curse very often. And we don't get raunchy. You know, we don't talk like
says,
dirty talk.
He could be lying, who knows?
Exactly. I mean, he did send me a voice clip that I'm going to put on the stream deck, and he doesn't sound 10 years old. You know, usually you can tell by the voice. You know, if it's actually his voice, it sounds a little bit older. So, again, not my job, not my responsibility. I am not here to hold your child's hand and help raise them. Although, you know, they could be watching worse people. I mean, I'm definitely not the worst influence that there is on the internet. I've got moral standards. I'm not a piece of shit person, you know.
James Bond says, yeah, I agree with you, Eric. Lord knows who's who nowadays on internet, haha.
Yeah. So Glenny Boy's getting loaded, which is weird. So he must have been late. And then didn't check his voice or his messages.
At Terra Clock 8589, yep, and welcome in.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, you are teaching him what it's like to work hard, if anything.
Yeah. But it also, well, I guess different time zones. I was going to say it also explains why he's on line so much, because he's probably in summer, or there's probably no school right now. No, Glenn's under the scale getting loaded right now. My message, I mean, it did say...
James says, Glenn be there at 9:30, probably LOL.
Yeah. My message there told me to plan on loading at 8:40, which is 8:50, whatever. There's Glenny boy. I'll be right back. putzing along at like 2 miles an hour. It's like you're in an automatic truck. You can just push the gas. Why are you driving out of this road at like 2 miles an hour? We wonder why it takes them so long to get somewhere. Oh. There you go, Fry.
Addering Matrunk Zappa per says, I viewers stream boo. Com.
I forget what channel these people are on. Looks like 14.
Peppermint says, oh, I forgot to bed.
Yeah. It's okay. Alright, gotta go wash the box. I'll be back. I'll be back.
James Bond says, I've been awake for 2 days now lol as it's so hot where I live it's impossible to sleep but I refuse to spend 150 British pounds on an AC unit that would only be used for like 2 weeks of the year. Funniest thing now is the commies we have in government want to ban AC units now lol they love to make people miserable. James Bond says, Fry TV Apple shares plummeting down near 3% today lol hope you don't have any Apple shares. Fry says, no apple.
Okay, I'm back. Oh.
James Bond says, at Fry TV cool. Peppermint says, in
I see
Arizona
Glenn
we have
loaded.
to use AC
You
all
want me to
year
load
long,
right
might
away?
get 2 months not use. James Bond says, at Stanchilka 272 hello. At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you. At Stanchilka 272 says, hey Chris.
Alright, let me see what I can do here. So, I need to...
Peppermint says, hi Eric.
Hello. How are you? I need to swipe this away. I got to send a text message. I've got
At Stanchilka 272 says, hey everyone. James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, problem in the UK is because we have only 2 nuclear plants for a whole country. We have to import our electricity from Norway. There's a massive cable to connect us, lol. Cheers at Stanchilka 272. Peppermint says, summertime killer, my electric bill because it's so hot.
Okay, then we need to go here. Come on, here. And we need to do this. Then we need to wait on that. There we go.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, UK electric bill is like 300 a month now, lol, and the government trying to ban AC units here as they use too much power, lol.
Well, that's not good. That should be a human rights violation.
At Stanchilka 272 says, Peppermint, my son lives in Phoenix. I go visit every year. It's miserable there. Peppermint says, yes, last summer I was getting 400 bills. I'm about to move everything in storage and just stay in truck. I don't know yet.
Yeah. Somebody try one of the AI voices, please.
Peppermint says, yes, try telling us how to use it too.
Just for shits and giggles, somebody please try one of the AI voices. Just one person, not a whole bunch of people.
James Bond says, at Stanchilka 272, yet I don't understand why anyone would willingly live in the Arizona desert. I mean Los Angeles I can understand as there's always a cool breeze, but Phoenix or Vegas, no.
Hello, Eric. I'm on my way.
At Partibonza says, hey, good morning, Eric and chat.
Okay, I got the hello, Eric. I'm on my way. So I did hear that. I don't know if if that doubled for you guys, but
James Bond says, at Partibonza, good to see you. Fry says, hey, at Partibonza.
yeah, I don't know if it's going to double on the stream because I've also got it piped into OBS. So you guys can hear it on the stream, but then you might also hear it on my microphone.
Could you hear it?
So I don't know if that's the end of the world if it does that.
James Bond says, I heard it fine.
Call the boss real quick. I'm gonna mute TTS for a second. Hey, you want to get me to get loaded right away?
Yeah, just go ahead.
Well, I figure, you know, Glenn's sitting there, so it's like I can just sit here where I'm 4 minutes away. I don't need to put asphalt on. I did get you that guy's number, though.
I got it. Yeah. So, I've got a lot of crap going on, so I'm late. So.
Oh, I'll just sit here then. Might as well keep.
I told Louise that when I start laying it, I it's pretty simple. Straight strips.
All right. Well, then I'll get loaded and we head over that way.
When to get loaded.
Oh no, he fucking loaded at 9:40 or well 9:50. You know, he gave him the message. He probably wasn't here. You know, I got here about 9:50 to dump the millings off and stuff after pulling trailer out, and he was on the scale getting loaded already. So he probably saw your message about getting loaded at 9:40 and just loaded. So all right, bye. Okay, let's turn TTS back on. assuming I'm silo 2 because Glenn was the last truck to load. Let's go!
It's all good in the hood? All good in the hood?
All good in the hood. Yep, I can hear it. So that's that audio channel thing I was telling you about that somebody sent me the app on Moblin's Discord. And what it's doing is the audio's all being done at my house, but then it sends an audio stream to me so I can hear it. Ha, 666 on the scale. That's not good. You loaded me up to exactly the devil's number. That's not good. Yeah, so for right now, if you guys play those and you hear double, there's not much I can do about it. Yeah, quantity 66600.
Oh, number 666, not good.
Yeah, 66600 is the exact amount of weight I am.
At Stanchilka 272 says, be careful.
Yeah.
Says, I've never seen that on a weigh scale before, LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like the perfect number. It's like, oh yeah, that's weird.
Peppermint says, LOL.
Guy just walking across the road.
Ford 777 says, everyone have a safe and blessed day.
You too. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
James Bond says, I went through a whole month of seeing that number, bought a Bible and it went away. True story.
Gotcha. There you go. 7,823 people in Ripon, Wisconsin.
At Jim Rockford 777 says, National Catfish Day today.
Gotcha. Never eaten catfish.
Peppermint says, which will protect you, I got this.
Ha. Oh.
My old truck number was 666.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, yeah, don't be stopping at a crossroads, Eric. No deals with Satan today, lol.
I don't know. Might be willing to sell my soul a little bit. Joking. Don't go get twisted. Just making a joke.
Peppermint says, on my black Peterbilt, my old truck.
Yeah, gotcha. But the problem is I'm not in Georgia, and that's the only place the devil makes deals.
I love catfish.
You know, because the devil goes down to Georgia because he wants to make a deal, you know. And I can't play a fiddle like Johnny can, so, you know, I'm just SOL.
James Bond says, LOL, I'm uploading that video to my channel, Eric. Haha, just screen recorded that part as was unbelievable and landed on that number. Haha.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing this for 15 years, and I think that's the first time I've ever...
Did you see that movie where James Brown sells his soul? That was weird, as James Brown actually starred in it too.
Yeah. I don't remember that one.
Peppermint says, he doesn't mess with witches, you find.
Yeah. Alright. So, lift the axle. We got some other stuff we got to do here. Got to figure out the password to this damn phone. Frickin' passwords.
James Bond says, don't worry, we'll credit the channel when I upload it.
I'm not worried about it. Son of a... Oh, wait a minute. I know what to do here.
Peppermint says, he good.
Yep. There we go. Okay, let's figure this crap out. So we need to go to, we've got to open a new tab, and we got to go to okay, install that. Gotta agree to this. So we're trying to do some cool stuff in the truck. So I'm adding a program called Speedify, but I'm not going to use it for actually streaming. I'm going to use it for receiving data. So that way things like chat don't drop. But I've got to bypass this URL.
James Bond says, add Clara Bailey.
I'm not looking at my screen right now, but I lost AT&T, didn't I? Let me look at my live. Yeah. Oh no, it's still there. Okay.
Peppermint says, yep, I'm watching him.
Okay, so that's working.
James Bond says, nope, but ANFT is still showing as lit.
Okay. Well, I've got to set up some information on the phone so that it doesn't block our bandwidth that we're using for Moblin. Because I don't.
Peppermint says, number 77%.
Yeah, I don't want to bond the outbound. I want to bond the inbound. So that way, with things like the chat, they don't drop. You know, so that's kind of my. So we have bonded outbound to the internet, and that's how we stream. I don't want to fuck with that, but I want to be able to get bonded downloads, so things like the chat don't disconnect, and you know, and this voice thing that for the AI stuff works. No matter, you know, as long, and it can switch between all the cellular connections. So yeah, I'm just. So basically, I'm setting up Speedify just as a download bonding agent instead of using it to stream. Because unfortunately, it doesn't work very well for streaming, for outbound streaming. It seems to be an issue. So that's what I'm setting up right now, if anybody's curious. I know, you guys don't like the tech stuff.
Stream Element says, thanks for subscribing, Jason Poe.
Well, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
Peppermint says, it's staying 75 to 77%.
Yeah, no, it's good now. It was just temporarily. It was going to be, it potentially could have gone. I've got the settings in there. I was just curious if it was going to kill it while I was setting it up. Because I was setting up Speedify and I just wanted to make sure that it didn't kill it.
James Bond says, thanks for subbing, Jason Poe. Peppermint says, it's just slow.
You're fine. It's being stupid on the laptop. I accidentally didn't I didn't click a menu, and now it's like it won't let me get the menu. I have to uninstall it and reinstall it. Probably to get that stupid menu back. Always trying to make the stream better.
Peppermint says, oh. At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Peppermint says, I'm just messing around.
Yeah.
James Bond says, that Venezuela earthquake was bad, over 10,000 people dead.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about it till Fry said something. I was like, really? That's not good. I know this is boring stuff. I'm just trying to... It wasn't supposed to take this long. Something just got stupid. So now it's turning into a little bit more of a task than I...
Peppermint says, good morning, Tara.
I guess Clenny Boy's out of asphalt. That didn't last very long.
James Bond says, yeah, the worst one I seen was that big one in Japan. Unbelievable tsunami waves.
Yeah. See, look how pretty that looks.
Chef Tara says, "Good morning, I've been here since beginning of stream just working on new menu for work."
Oh, that's fine.
Peppermint says, "I'm doing girl, I haven't heard her yet."
Let's see if you're doing it right. Yeah, girl seems to be a difficult one. It doesn't always seem to want to work.
Peppermint says, "Yes, I love it up there." James Bond says, "See if it works now at Clara Bailey. Maybe Eric has it set to mods only?"
No. No, it's set to everybody.
James Bond says, "The girl one is not working."
All right, try a different one. The girl doesn't like you. That's what it is.
Peppermint says, "Chris is trying, we see."
Yeah. Time to work. Can't get there now. They should have just stayed where they were.
Peppermint says, "Oh, forgot what to putting in. I see, Chris."
It's not Trump, it's Donald.
Peppermint says, oh. Peppermint says, I forget.
I forget too.
James Bond says, at Eric Luck 8589 you sent Eric a happy poop haha. Peppermint says, I don't hear Donald either, we all been trying.
Yeah, you guys broke it. You guys always break it. You break your toys. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why you guys break it. I just don't get it. I make you cool things and you guys just break it.
Chef Tara says, so sorry Daddy Eric.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I forgot the ether once then we cried to you.
Yeah.
James Bond says, LOL I knew it would break in the end haha.
Yeah. You guys are good at breaking things.
Peppermint says, toys.
Yeah, it's a beta, so I mean, it is what it is.
At Evelyn 9835 says, I just got here so it ain't my fault.
Oh, trying to skirt the blame. I see how it is.
James Bond says, at Evelyn 9835 LOL welcome in. At Evelyn 9835 says, hello Peppermint. Frankie says, hello guys, I'm back and my bike is home safe and sound.
That's good to hear.
I just got here too, it ain't my fault either.
Ha. Nobody wants to take the blame. What the heck?
Peppermint says, hello Evelyn, good morning. At Evelyn 9835 says, hello James Bond. Peppermint says, it's not my fault either. James Bond says, at Evelyn 9835 cheers. I will take one vodka martini, shaken not stirred.
Ha.
Evelyn 9835 says, looks like you have a decent view today, Eric.
It's not bad.
Peppermint says, yes Evelyn, it's a really nice view. At Partibonza says, that was loud. RIP ears.
Sorry. Sorry. It was fun. It is what it is.
Peppermint says, I can look at Eric too. Peppermint says, Chris, can you give us more points? James Bond says, well, I tried.
No, right now it's just me and Fry that can do points. And I'm preoccupied, so I can't drop points.
Peppermint says, okay, I was just wondering how it works.
Yeah, me and Fry, we have the power. I guess I didn't give it to Chris. It's actually something I have to go into and make happen.
James Bond says, there's at Frankie Flojo. Do your parents know you're watching, young man, LOL?
You're not his daddy.
At Partibonza says, yo, at Chris Ayers 007 at Fry TV. Peppermint says, that's okay.
Ugh. This is so annoying.
James Bond says, okay, Eric, and hello at Partibonza. Fry says, hey at Partibonza. Frankie says, yes, MR Bond. Peppermint says, okay, I got it, thank you. At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you. James Bond says, LOL at Frankie Flojo. Frankie says, oh at Fry TV I have more points than you.
Fucking technology. So annoying.
Lint 15 says, morning Eric.
Morning. I broke fucking Speedify during the install because I clicked away
Peppermint says,
from
I
it
think I have more.
and it failed to install properly, so now it's just giving me a pain in the ass. Because now the app won't load right because I failed the install. It's just turning into a fucking nightmare. And it was all because I didn't just follow through with the installer. I went to a different window and I fucked it up. And uninstalling it and reinstalling it isn't fixing the problem.
Trix FM says, hey add Lint 15. Peppermint says, 7,840. Lint 15 says, morning Fry.
So now I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of the damn thing so I can install it the right way.
James Bond says, no bueno.
Yeah.
No bueno. Bueno.
That worked. Well, I can't do that because we're streaming through it.
Fry says, clear cache and temp files and reboot.
I can't figure out where to do that on a Mac. I've never been a Mac user. I'm still learning Mac. That's what I'm trying to figure out is, normally on a phone there's an app section.
Peppermint says,
You click on
no,
the app.
I don't know what you're talking about, but it doesn't sound good, oh no.
Yeah. Usually you can click on the app and you can just clear all the settings for the app, but it's not like an iPhone, it's different. There is no app or app store or anything listing all the apps. So, like how I would do it on an iPhone is not how it works on the Mac. So I've got no fucking clue how to sit here and
Peppermint says, yes, he got it.
So yeah, I just don't know how the fuck to I've deleted the app, I've reinstalled the app. I don't see an option to delete the settings because I don't see it in systems. So yeah, I just don't fucking
Frankie
know.
says, Eric, I was on my YouTube home screen and the "you are an idiot" meme came up, lol.
That's funny. So yeah, it's stupid. I can't do it. It doesn't want to work.
Peppermint says, I get 50 and it takes it back, love ol. At Joseph Newpel says, hi everyone, I'm back home after 5 days in the hospital.
Well, that's good that you're back home.
James Bond says, at Joseph Newpel, good to see you, glad you're okay and home. Welcome back. At Joseph Newpel says, they removed my tissue from my right thumb.
Gotcha.
Peppermint says, Eric, you get home rest yesterday.
No, not really. I tried to get to sleep, and then I got to talking to Fry and Brett Boyle.
James Bond says, at Joseph Newpel, okay, are you able to use your hand again now?
And Brett Boyle was on in a drunken tizzy.
At Joseph Newpel says, you're frozen on the face camera.
Yeah, it's because I was doing something in the app. I'm playing with
Frankie
the
says,
app at the moment.
camera froze.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll deal with it. I'm working on some stuff.
Peppermint says, I done passed this car 3 times, he pass, I pass the pass again, oh.
Yeah.
At Joseph Newpel says, Chris, no, only fingers on my right hand. Frankie says, at Joseph Newpel, can I ask what happened? James Bond says, at Joseph Newpel, can they not give you a prosthetic thumb so you can use your hand again? Peppermint says, let's play car. At Joseph Newpel says, I got electrical shock on my thumb, Frankie. Frankie says, ouch. I heading out for my bike journey. Y'all wish me luck. I'd be safe with our crazy drivers. At Joseph Newpel says, okay, enough about me, this is about Eric.
Oh, it's okay. It is what it is.
James Bond says, at Joseph Newpel, if you have savings, AI is telling me the doctors can fit you with one of those bionic thumbs that reads your muscle movements so you can use your hand like normal. James Bond says, not cheap though, $15,000. Peppermint says, okay, he way behind, he thought I was a slow truck.
Okay, so that's working. Okay.
Lint 15 says, did you get some sleep, Fry? Peppermint says, I be good, don't need to get pulled over and good.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, you're welcome, Chris. James Bond says, hello Lynn, good to see you. At Terracluck 8589. Brett says, what up, Eric?
Hey, Brett. How you doing? Just fucking around with some shit that's kind of working, but kind of not. But yeah. Just trying to make the stream better. I don't know. Yeah, you were on kind of a rant last night there, Brett. I tuned into that. What the hell was all
James
going
Bond
on?
says, at Brent 4913, welcome in.
What was the rant all about? I'll be right back. You can tell me when I get back.
Peppermint says, I know it bugs you, Eric. You get it later when you get time, it's fine. Chef Tara says, Eric, that's Brent, not Brett Boyle.
So something about Brett's not Brett. Oh, it's Brent. I'll have to look at the name. I apologize. I thought it said. I thought TTS said Brett.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Well, then why do I have him in here as Brett? If it's not. Because I got his name set to Brett.
Chef Tara says, it did sound like Brett.
Well, his name's programmed in here as Brett.
James Bond says, come on 666 again, haha.
There, I changed his name. If it's not actually Brett, I'm not going to have TTS calling him Brett. So that's fixed.
James Bond says, well, we got 67 LOL.
Yeah. I don't know why we've got a little fire going over here. That's kind of not okay.
At Sweets Thing says, good morning, Eric, Chris, here in Michigan. I'm in the eBay room. I'll be listening. Much loves, everyone.
Gotcha. Much loves.
Peppermint says 777 lucky.
No, it was 6-7. It was 675
James
520.
says, that sweets things, good to see you. Hope all is good. I was on your channel earlier looking at the squirrels again. Fire.
Fire. Fire, 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 fire. Yeah, I don't know why they got something just burning on the asphalt pile.
Chef Tara says, hi Kimberly, hope all is well in Squirrel World. Peppermint says, good morning sweets, it was fun last night.
Oh, what'd you girls do last night? Were you over at the Vicks again?
At Sweets Thing says, at Clara Bailey, I just love the Vicks. They are just plain old good fun. I've been with them for years.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I seen a big deer, it was cool. James Bond says, at Terra Club 8589, thank you for the chili.
I didn't get no chili. Why didn't I get any chili? I feel robbed. Where's my chili?
At Sweets Thing says, we were on the critter cam of MRSTs and then the truck sim. They are fun no matter what they play.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, you're welcome, Chris. James Bond says, at Terracluck 8589 cheers. The special one. At Sweets Things says, at Terracluck 8589 is there a link I can drop for you? Facebook cooking? Peppermint says, she driving a pink truck like mine and she hits fences too, so funny. James Bond says, poor Mr. Squirrel is hiding under the table outside as it's so hot he's getting burned too hot here today. At Joseph Newpel says, can someone please tell me the game commands?
Sure, Chris can.
Peppermint says, oh she a big mama squirrel. James Bond says, At Joseph Nupel, type in slots or gamble and how many points you want. Also, when Eric fixes it, you can put in celebrity voices, like for example Trump, and TTS will read it in his voice.
I mean, it works. Doesn't work all the time, but it works. You've been able to use them.
Chef Tara says, "Yum, look at all of the men working."
Yeah.
Hey,
What's up?
Daniel said he wants his part.
Lost his what?
Daniel said he wants his part of the.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, the squirrel made it to the fountain in the garden here, so he's got water in him safe again. Peppermint says, oh, that must be Daddy Squirrel. Chef Tara says, Chris, it's Donald, not Trump.
He's smoking too much of that reefer. He forgets.
James Bond says, LOL at Terra Cluck 8589, my brain is broken, it's 100-degree heat here, haha. Peppermint says, good, I'm glad got water. Chef Tara says, where are you, Chris? Peppermint says, LOL. I will be in 112 in California.
Yeah. Oh, and those AI
Peppermint
voices.
Says, I had my truck all serviced, but I still worry driving in it.
Those AI services, it's not me, it's a beta. It's completely out of my control. So if they don't work, it's not on my end. It's on their end. So it's not something I don't have working.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, the hottest the UK has ever been is 113 degrees, and that was really bad 3 years ago. Literally the trees were setting on fire.
So it's the person, it's the place that's providing the AI voices that's having an issue.
Peppermint says, got it ready for heat.
Yeah, everything on my end works. It's their end that's the problem.
James Bond says, yep, hopefully those voices improve as time goes on.
Yeah. But yeah, it's not me. It's definitely them.
Peppermint says, wow, it always gets that hot here and summer lasts forever. Peppermint says, I'm stuck down here, I wish I can just leave.
Yeah.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey it's worse in the UK because the homes are all jam-packed close together and it creates high humidity. Also the buildings in UK are made of stone and meant to keep heat in, not good. James Bond says, I noticed everyone else writes short replies and I write lectures lol, that's the way I was taught in my English class lol.
Oh, it's not a big deal. Just is the way it is.
Peppermint says, we have some dry heat but it will kill you fast if outside long.
Yeah.
At the Deer Whisperer 69 says, hello everyone.
Hello. Welcome in.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey I seen in Saudi Arabia those folks are getting over 130-degree heat, imagine if their AC breaks lol. Peppermint says, good morning dear Whisperer.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody noticed, but we're monetized now. Just thought I'd put it out there.
At the Deer Whisperer 69 says, cheers Chris. Good morning, Clara. Peppermint says, what do you mean?
Well, if you look in the bottom corner of your chat thing, there's the option for super chats and memberships, and that finally came through.
James Bond says, ah, that's awesome, Eric. Everyone donate $100 bucks now. Let's set a goal. First 10 people to do it get bonus content, LOL.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's what that's all about.
At Partibonza says, oh, we dumping now.
I'm going to kill this app for a second. This one right here. The screen's going to go black, but I'll be right back. All right, we're back.
At BillHillify1 says, hello, Eric.
Hello. With the Speedify app, it only until I reset the actual device using the data, it didn't.
Peppermint says,
It didn't
oh,
work.
I can hide.
Yeah. So.
James Bond says, okay, Eric.
I just needed to do that. I was checking something out. Yeah, Speedify doesn't, because I installed
one. Welcome in GC.
No, we got quite a bit left. This is the first layer.
Tara, thanks for the start.
We're putting the second layer down now.
At BillHillify1 says, hello, Chris. Peppermint says, LOL.
Yeah.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah.
At Sweets Thing says, congratulations, Eric.
Yeah. Thank you. So Speedify is doing its thing. and it doesn't seem to be affecting the stream.
James Bond says, cheers Bill, hope you have a great day, sir.
Though we lost AT&T.
At Bill Hillify1 says, wow, almost done with this driveway.
There we go.
Hello, Clara. Peppermint says, it doesn't matter to me, lol. At Bill Hillify1 says, thanks, Chris. Okay, I got you, Eric. That makes sense. James Bond says, at Bill Hillify1 cheers. At Sweets Thing says, congratulations, Eric. I know how much you put into making your channel the best it can be. You have great content, and even better chatters.
Yeah, I'm trying. We just installed Speedify. It's not working on the laptop, but it's working on everything else that matters. So now my reception is as good as my transmit.
James Bond says, thank you so much, Kimberly. At Bill Hillify1 says, WTG and W.
Well, thank you very much, Sweets. I appreciate it.
Chef Tara says, does being monetized have anything to do with the jewels thing? Today is the first day I noticed I had jewels.
Yep. No, I appreciate it.
James Bond says, everyone type the WTG in the green message box, it helps the algorithm.
Yeah, so I set up a membership.
Peppermint says, 80T back.
I figured $3 a month wasn't asking too much. So if you guys want to help support the channel, you guys can set up a $3 a month membership and skip.
Chef Tara says, WTG.
And skip a cup of coffee.
Peppermint says, hello.
I think TTS is on the fritz. I don't think it liked me resetting it. So it's like, it seems like it's playing old messages.
At Sweets Thing says, woohoo Saint Super Chat.
I was just fucking with you.
Yeah, it's right there.
Peppermint says, hello Bill.
Hey, that skid steer, the oil is fucking dark as fucking blacktop here.
We just had it changed at the beginning of the year.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's under
James
welcome.
Bond says,
Turn it on,
at
it's
Swedes
fine.
thinks that is awesome.
I mean, ask EB if he wants me to have it changed again, I will.
Hey, that filter needs to get blown out too.
I don't know.
At Swedes Things says, at Terra Clock 8589 you sent the first give. Peppermint says, everyone coming hit the likes for me. James Bond says, yes WTG Terra. Peppermint says, LOL.
So Tara sent happy poop. Yeah, there's some new stuff
James
since.
Bond says, I will donate when I get paid LOL.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, so there's some new features in YouTube that I've never seen, so I don't know anything about the jewels or the gifts. So I mean,
Terra Clock 8589 WTG.
I'll definitely have to. I'll have to see what the hell they do. I have no idea what the jewels are, or what they do for the channel. But I appreciate it.
Peppermint says, LOL that's funny.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised Botrix didn't make a big deal.
Chef Terra says, don't we all need happy poops haha.
Yeah. So,
James Bond says, sent purple poop LOL.
yeah.
At Terra Clock 8589 Mr. Hanky the Christmas poop LOL remember that.
So do the jewels cost you anything?
James Bond says,
like I said, I don't know anything about them.
James Bond says, I was just looking up highest ever temperature on Earth and it was set in 1913 in Death Valley, 134 degrees. Yikes.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't know anything about the jewels. I've never. They didn't have those back when I used to stream and I was monetized, so I didn't know what the hell they are.
Chef Tara says, I got free jewels today.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know how that worked.
James Bond says, ah, that's lucky Tara. Peppermint says, yes you buy or somehow I got some free, I don't know.
Gotcha. So how do you guys feel about the price of $2.99 for the first tier membership?
Talking Hands says, good morning everyone.
Good morning, Talking Hands. I mean, do you guys feel that's a fair price, or should I raise it? Should I lower it? I mean, there's different tiers.
Chef Tara says, I didn't know what the jewels were either, just clicked on it and messed around. I may have got jewels cause I was first in chat, maybe with Fry.
Gotcha, maybe.
James Bond says, that's a good price Eric, same as what Bobby charges.
Gotcha. Well, I figured I'd
That
just...
Sweets Thing says, Eric, that's what minus 2.99 for Feather Friends membership.
Gotcha. I figured that's why I would ask, you know, I mean, you know, ultimately this channel is your guys' channel, you know, I'm just the conductor. You guys run the show. So I'm just the monkey behind the wheel. Oh, by the way, the voices cost you guys 100 points. or 90 according to Fry. I ended up setting it up that way so that random people can't just come in and start spamming the voices. You know, they have to actually have some watch time in here before they can actually use the voices. So just be aware when you guys are using the voices, if you don't have any points, or you don't have at least 100 points from watch time, or gambling or whatever, the voices aren't gonna work.
James Bond says, yeah, each time someone donates them, Eric has to do burpees. LOL. I see the Romanian trucker in Canada does it, basically a star jump into a press up each time donations come. LOL.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Eric, about the voices. At Sweets Thing says, I'll be back. I'm doing floors today. I've got to vacuum 2 runner rugs and get them in the washer. James Bond says, okay, at Sweets Things.
Yeah, Jeff has this one guy that donates to him that forces Jeff to drink based on how much the donation is. Unfortunately, I can't do that because one
thing says, if he charges PDS for the voices, it takes away from your gambling PDS too.
Yeah. Well, like I said, part of it is it keeps people from spamming the voices. The other part is that it keeps random people from just popping in the chat and abusing the voices. So, you know, it's a double-edged sword. But a lot of you guys got so many damn watch hours, it's really not an issue. Gotta spend your points on something, right? I mean, what's the point of collecting all these points if you got nothing to spend them on?
Peppermint says, okay, I figured it out, I am in.
Okay, cool beans. You're in what?
James Bond says, thanks Clara for the star.
Thank you, Clara, for the star. I appreciate it.
At Joseph Lupel, you have to do it this way, gamble 50 points.
Or you can type all, and then it'll gamble the maximum, which I think it's different for each one. Each game's got a different maximum. But if you just type
Peppermint
all,
says, buy stuff. At Joseph Nupel says, I'm still loopy from the medication.
oh, you're okay. Enjoy the feeling of being loopy.
James Bond says, at Joseph Nupel, cool.
Alright, last thing that's not working that's not on Speedify is the laptop, so let me try to figure this stuff fuck out.
Peppermint says, LOL on Loopy.
Yeah.
At Nightbud says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. I know I'm being boring. I'm sorry.
Peppermint says, hoop hoop. SV1Y says, good evening from Estonia and the capital Tallinn. It's warm plus 19 degrees Celsius outside.
Well, good morning and welcome in. Welcome into the channel. Welcome into the chat.
Peppermint says, so what we doing?
We're just waiting for the other truck to get done with the asphalt. And yeah, that's it. That's all we're doing. We're just sitting here, we're waiting. We're sitting here and we are waiting. I did get Speedify working on a laptop now. So now I'm just testing shit.
SV1Y says, I'll clarify that I live in Eastern Europe, in the Baltic states, by the Baltic Sea. Happy Googling.
Cool beans. Yeah, I want to go overseas. I want to explore the United States.
Peppermint says, oh okay lol, just wondering.
Yeah. We're going to do a quick speed test, so the stream might get a little funky. I just want to see how everything performs. So I don't know if that affected the stream at all. I'm just kind of curious to see what happens.
James Bond says, thanks for the 100 gift, Clara, that is awesome.
Sent 100. Oh, for 2 joules. Gotcha. Cool beans. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out why I'm not getting the notifications for that. It should have been, it should be telling me that, but it's not. Let me look at that right now. Try to figure out why Botrix isn't giving me alerts. or stream elements. It's just a getting everything set up day, because unfortunately I can't do it when I'm offline, because a lot of this stuff has to it needs to be online to do it. So seeing how we're just sitting here, you know, I know it probably drives you crazy, but just easier to do it when we're all online.
Peppermint says, I don't know what I'm doing either, lol.
Yeah. Me either. I'm just trying to figure it out myself. Just kind of trying to figure it out myself.
Chef Tara says, you do what you got to do, Eric. One day you won't have to mess with it as much.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just in the preliminary of getting everything working. Alright, somebody try sending me a jewel and let's see if this pops up.
Peppermint says, I get bored driving and play. Peppermint says, okay.
Okay.
James Bond says, thanks Joseph for the 67.
$67. I'm not sure what that. I don't see that. If I did this right, something should pop up on the screen. Oh, it's sent to 67, I see. That's one of the jewels, I got it. I don't know. I'll have to test it at home. I mean, it should have worked like... I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. I never had this problem before. I wasn't monetized. I didn't have to have notifications for super chats and jewels, and not that I have a freaking clue. Oh shit, I forgot to lift my axle.
James Bond says, thanks Clara for the sparkles and the 100.
Looks like the boss bought Taco Bell for everybody. Question is, did he buy Taco Bell for me?
Peppermint says, you're welcome. Lint 15 says, oh yum.
Well, let's see if there's Taco Bell for me or if it's only for the workers. I don't know. We'll see. I'll be right back. Oh, it popped up. It's doubled.
Chef Tara says, Taco Bell equals happy poops for everyone, haha.
It's weirdly doubled, but it's there.
Peppermint says, I be right there, love Taco Bell.
Just been kind of throwing them together, so I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, this is ripping. Today's the 25th, and it's 11. So yeah, this is the current one. I've just been throwing them in a pile, and they're kind of standing up. So I didn't know. No tacos for me. I ate them all, but the boss there and told me I can stop and I can get some tacos for myself. And I put it on the company card. Swing. So yeah, he's feeling very good right now because the project's going really well. It's turning out really nice, and bigger projects make the company some money. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why that doubled up on the screen.
James Bond says, thanks again, Tara.
I'll definitely have to look into it. I mean, at least it pops up. I mean, I saw it on the screen, so at least it's popping up, but it doesn't look very good when it's doing it, so I know nothing.
Peppermint says, good, go get you some taco.
Yeah.
James Bond says, cool, Eric, glad the project's doing well.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got Speedify running. It's not affecting the upload stream. So the videos stayed rock solid. Everything's working there. So yeah, I mean, things are working.
Peppermint says, I don't know.
Yeah, I hear ya. let's see. So, I mean, that's good. Oh, Chris, I did set up your Google Voice. I just gotta figure out how to trick the phone number part. And you never did reach out to me on Facebook for me to be able to send you that data once I get it working. So, but yeah. If somebody wants to try one of the AI voices again,
Taco Bell now.
if somebody wants to try one of the AI voices again, they can. I just did something that maybe I can hear them better.
James Bond says, I haven't got a Facebook account yet, Eric. Need to set one up as not used it in years made.
Gotcha. Well, I've also got a Discord. I can once I dump and I know I'm not going to be needed for a second, I'll post the Discord in the chat. I set up a new Discord server, so you can reach me through there.
Let's get Togos. Let's get Togos.
That worked.
James Bond says, I'm on Discord.
Yep. Yeah, so as soon as I dump again, I'll figure it out. Unless Fry wants to drop the invite link, I sent it to him, but I don't know if he'll be able to find it.
Peppermint says, okay.
just imagine what this channel was 2 months ago. It's just, it's crazy. It's crazy what it was just 2 months ago to what it is now. Okay, so here comes the Discord. So that is the Discord invite link.
Chef Tara says, "You've done an awesome job, Eric."
Thank you.
James Bond says, "Cheers, Eric." At Nightbot says, "Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you." James Bond says, "Okay, I have joined the Discord."
Okay.
Peppermint says, "I need tacos now, need to find some out here."
Yep.
Peppermint says, "What is it?"
What is what? Discord? Well, damn it. It's an app I don't have access to right now. That's what it is. Trying to get into my Discord and I can't. Because I don't remember the password. That is not the one I want to be in. Okay, it looks like I got the password right finally.
At Joseph Newpel says, I'm still here eating lunch. It's a bummer I have to eat with my left hand size.
Okay. So Chris is in Discord. That's cool. Now let's see if I can get the stupid phone to work. Okay, so we got that working.
Peppermint says, it says him and did I do it right?
I'll let you know in a minute. Let me check out a few things real quick. I still have no idea who this is. I really wish you'd fess up, but we just got a $50 donation, and I don't want to say the name because this is probably the real name. So if you want to fess up in the chat who did this, I mean, I really appreciate it.
Peppermint says, okay, I joined.
Cool beans. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. You know, we are getting towards the end of the month, so that'll go to supporting next month's data plan. So I really do appreciate it. It is definitely very nice to not have to foot the bill for all the data, the cell plans and stuff all by myself. So thank you. But come forward, let us know who you are. Because unfortunately, I don't have a clue. I have no idea who it is. I've got a secret admirer that keeps sending me money, but never admits to it.
James Bond says, WTG on the $50 donation. Thank you, Mr. E-Viewer.
Yeah. So yeah, I have no idea who it is, but I do really appreciate it. Especially because YouTube doesn't get a cut of it. I mean, YouTube's nice because you get the little banner that says that you donated, but they take 33% of everything, so. So out of what, $10, I get 7? And then I only get it like a couple months down the road. So it's not even something that I get like this. Getting it through Venmo or PayPal or Cash App, I get that. I can transfer that over to my bank in like a day.
Lint15 says, YT stinks LOL.
Yeah. Are you our mystery viewer, donator? Is it you? Are you the one?
Connected. Lint15 says, no, I'm not sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You don't have to be sorry about it. Hello? Hello?
Peppermint says, transfer so you get it.
Yeah. Hello? 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 That's working.
Peppermint says, it's not me.
Yeah. It's one of my lurkers. I appreciate it. I just would like to thank you, you know, but if you want to keep it a secret, I am good with that. It's taco time. It's a girl name.
Peppermint says, does it show a boy name or girl name?
It is a girl name.
James Bond says, well, definitely not me and not that generous. Have I'm guessing it was Fry LOL.
No, that doesn't really make sense. Either way, it's much appreciated. But it's weird because they always come in like really late. So it could be somebody that's watching the videos on
Peppermint
Facebook.
says, some people have different cards, so.
Yeah. It could be somebody that's watching me on Facebook though also, because I don't go live on Facebook, but every night I sit here and I share them.
James Bond says, like playing a game of Cluedo, it was Colonel Mustard in the kitchen with the candlestick.
Yeah. Because it is weird because the timing, like they'll come in like 2 hours after the stream is over, and because she's donated before.
Lynn 15 says, Lynn is my real name, so it would show it LOL.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean it'll it's just it is very weird. I'm starting to think that she watches me on Facebook. And she doesn't watch on
James
YouTube.
Bond says, was it Lisa Webb, I wonder?
Nope. Nope, not Elisa. So yeah, I don't know. It is weird though, but it's
Peppermint
appreciated.
says, more than one name.
Nope, same name, but her and the go-kart guy paid for this month's data plans between the two of them, and now she's donated additional 50.
LOL yet.
So yeah. So yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's a Taco Bell KFC. Sweet. I can get KFC. I don't have to get Taco Bell. Ha. I like it. I like it a lot. Hey Chris, did you see me try to call you on Discord? I'm just asking. Because guess what? I did. I tried calling you.
At Talking Hand says, it was me, Chris, who donated $50.
Talking hands? Okay. I thought you were a guy. Sorry. But I appreciate it.
Lynn 15 says, that's what I've got here, Taco Bell KFC.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Taco. Thank you, Talking Hands. I appreciate it. I don't know. I guess I've never asked if you were a man or a woman.
James Bond says, awesome WTG at Talking Hands. That is awesome.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes, but I did not get any ringing on my phone, Eric.
Ah, gotcha. Gotcha, Chris. Yeah, I may try to call you again. I don't know if it was working. I'm trying to pair it with the speakerphone.
I just seen a notification now.
Yeah. Trying to pair it with the speakerphone to see if it'll work, because we could actually have a whole bunch of people in Discord all on the live at the same time instead of just a single person, you know? So I kind of wanted to see if that works. All right, I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna get some food. Food. You know, food. So I will leave you guys in charge of the channel. Play with the noisemakers, play with the toys, play slots, whatever is your fancy, and I'll be right back.
Lint15 says, enjoy lunch. Peppermint says, did I join right?
I don't know.
James Bond says, okay Eric.
I once had KFC with Michael Jackson and Macaulay Culkin, LOL. Once had KFC with Michael Jackson and Macaulay Culkin, LOL.
James Bond says, LOL it worked. At Polish Agnes says, hello everyone and hello Eric. Oh, he's not here. At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. At Polish Agnes says, I'm at work cleaning. James Bond says, at Polish Agnes hello welcome in. Chef Tara says, hi Agnes. At Partibonza says, yo Polish Agnes. In daa hizo. At Polish Agnes says, okay just stopping by to say hi, I'm gonna go find something political to listen lol. Chef Tara says, enjoy your day Agnes. James Bond says, at Polish Agnes okay cheers for popping in. At Partibonza says, what's the command to find out how much points you got? Duh, I figured it out. James Bond says, I have not been to a KFC in years. I used to enjoy their food, but the chicken here, they changed the recipe so it's not the same since 2020. Nice old pickup truck there.
Well, I'm back. I don't know if you guys care. Oh yeah, every time I get out of the truck I lose viewers. I know. People are here to see me, not to see, just to see nothing. Oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, I was yakking with that guy for a little bit while we were both waiting for our food.
Chef Tara says, yay, you're back.
Yay! Thanks, Tara.
At Sweets Thing says, what did you get?
I got myself a classic chicken sandwich, because it is KFC, and one soft taco.
James Bond says, welcome back Eric, I sent you a voice message on Discord. I'm not up to speaking on phone today as I'm melting here and my brain is broken, lol.
Well, I just wanted to see if it worked. That's the only reason I was trying to call you.
Chef Tara says, what did you get to eat?
I already answered it, but chicken sandwich and one soft taco. One soft taco.
Peppermint says, I don't see anything.
Okay. Don't know what to tell you.
James Bond says, It does work as I've spoke to Fritter before using the Discord call. Signal can be a bit dodgy, but it works.
Well, that's part of why I bonded the networks together for the receive side. It should work better, hopefully.
Peppermint says, motorcycle.
Gotcha. That was the whole point of setting up Speedify, is instead of using one phone's data, I'll be able to use them all.
I do you have taco?
I already ate it. I sat inside and I scarfed it all down. That chicken sandwich was hot. Like I bit it off and I'm like, you know, because it was definitely a hot sandwich. Yeah, I like coming out to these rural towns. The food just seems like the people that are there making it care more. So it ends up being better.
James Bond says, yeah, hopefully. At Sweets Thing says, I sent you a picture, Eric. It's something Polish Agnes got me from the CT National Convention.
Cool beans. Yeah, I'll take a look as soon as I stop. That sky's looking awful dark over there. Alright, be right back. Gotta wash the box, and I left the mic off. Oops.
At Sweets Thing says, okay, I'm getting back to work. I'm sharking the house. That's a vacuum. I shark high. I shark low. I shark the flock out of everything. Peppermint says, LOL, that was a long time ago.
Okay.
Peppermint
back.
says, that's good.
No, I gotta change microphones. Just went red. So we made it almost 5.5 hours on one microphone. So that's pretty good. So not too bad. Almost 5.5 hours.
Peppermint says, it's only 10:51. I need to find food somewhere.
Gotcha. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not a good sign.
Peppermint says, yes, it is looking dark. Sky might storm.
Yeah. Guess I shouldn't have spent so much time at the restaurant. Because Glenny's are right here. Oh well. Oh well. Can't cry over spilled milk.
Peppermint says, that's pretty long on mine.
Yeah, especially being how small the battery is, you know. That's pretty good.
James Bond says, whoops.
Well, it's not like I could really have done anything faster, you know. I sat down, I ate the food as fast as I could. I had to wait for him to make it because, you know, it was the lunch hour rush. You know, there's nothing I could have done to make it go any faster. Other than not eat my food and let it just start getting cold.
Peppermint says, did it rain yesterday, Eric?
Yeah, it rained. It didn't rain so much by me, but where we were working, it was raining. So yeah. Because the storm was a little bit south of me, and we're south of me. So this place probably got hit pretty good.
James Bond says, yeah.
Yep, look at them all sitting there. They're all just waiting for me. We're getting pretty close to being done though. I mean, we've got...
Peppermint says, it sent codes on my text that means I'm in.
Good. Well, you probably got to enter those verification codes into the app, but yeah. But yeah,
Peppermint says, I don't know what to do, nothing.
that's okay. I mean, you don't have to use Discord. It's just going to end up being one of the ways that people can get a hold of me. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I mean, what do you guys think? Is this A1 quality here? I mean, that looks pretty damn good to me. Yeah, so we got this last pass this way, and then you can see that over by where the skid steer is, we gotta pull out of the driveway doing a pass, and that'll be it. So yeah. And then I gotta find out where we're working tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure it's out here, so I probably will be spending the night in a hotel tonight. So yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty.
James
Looks real
Bond
pretty.
says, yeah, always a top job.
Yeah. So, Talking Hands, are you still in chat by chance? I'm just curious.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, please. Show the channel some love.
Peppermint says, LOL on waiting to work.
Gotcha.
At Davem 4015 says, hi Eric.
Hey, Dave. How you doing? We're going to change your name in TTS so it doesn't murder it. Hi, Dave. Give that a try.
Peppermint says, it says I joined, not sure.
Let me take a look. Nah, it doesn't say you're in the chat. So I don't know.
James Bond says, at Davem 4015, good to see you, welcome in.
Oh, well, it changed it. It was supposed to be MC. I'll fix it. I don't know why.
David says, how you doing, Eric?
I'm doing pretty good. We added Speedify to the mix, and it seems to not be screwing with the stream, so that's good. I've got Speedify for a
Peppermint
month.
says, I was waiting yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know why it didn't like MC. There we go, Dave. I fixed your name.
Dave MC says, cheers, Bob.
There you go. See? That works. Oh. Tired. I've had all these clothes and haven't had a hot tub to go sit in it. Looking forward to that. That'll be nice. Sit in a hot tub.
James Bond says, at Davemp4015, thanks for becoming a member of the channel. I think, as your name was green, maybe Eric will know?
It'll be green in the chat, not on the on-screen display. That's random colors. But if his name's green in the chat,
at
then yeah.
Kentucky 888 says, 93 here in Kentucky. Hope you enjoy the cool weather.
I like the cool weather.
Dave MC says, I've been following Eric since the convoy days.
Yeah, if he's green in the actual chat, he became a member. Not on the on-screen display. Let me see. No. No, he's not green. Oh, hey, Talking Hands. I was just kind of curious. So are you an interpreter for like the deaf? Is that why it's Talking Hands?
At Talking Hands says, I'm still here, Mr. Eric, just lurking.
Gotcha. Yeah, if somebody doesn't show up green or blue on the actual, the live chat for YouTube, that's...
James Bond says, okay, Eric. Dave's name is only green on TTS. If viewers want to join the channel, you can do that now. Cheers.
Yeah, well, I think I'm waiting for approval because I don't think there's an option. There's super chats and gifts. There's jewels. I think I had to click something to get, and I'm waiting on approval for memberships. So I don't think anybody can become a member yet. Because I don't see an option for that. You can check, tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any buttons that let you become a member yet.
James Bond says, aha, okay Eric, there is a fan funding button but no memberships yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when I was setting it up last night, when it finally came through, it said they had to do some type of approval. YouTube with all their damn approvals. I know nothing. Nothing about nothing.
James Bond says, who is Mary Mary on Discord Eric? She's asking me questions.
She was a spammer. Just block her. For two, I think it was. She's a spammer. Tried to hit me up with hit me up for money. There, I just deleted her from the. Thing. I just deleted her.
James Bond says, ah, okay, I will do that, Eric. She's got an anime cartoon as profile picture.
Yeah. Yeah, it was somebody that reached out to me on TikTok, and I said that they live close to me, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And then they were like, you got a Discord? And I was like, sure. So I invited him to the Discord, and then within a couple of messages later, it's like, I might need just some help from you. And I'm like, okay, what? Well, I need $200 because my phone isn't working right. And I'm like, I don't borrow money to people I don't know in person, and then hasn't messaged me since. So but the funny thing is, the photo that they sent showed him holding a brand new iPhone 17.
James Bond says, yeah, that's weird as she said she was in UK LOL, very dodgy.
Yeah, just a spammer. Yeah, just block them.
Anyway, I blocked her ass.
Yeah.
We got 13 ton left at the plant, so probably get it. We might need a little bit of it.
Okay.
Peppermint says, I going to quit, I can't figure it out, bugs me.
That's okay.
Eric, can you loan me $200? Haha. Can you loan me $200?
No, I can't. Donald, can you loan me $200?
Peppermint says, I don't need it, just as long as I see and talk to you, I'm happy.
Yeah, I hear ya. Oh, it's starting to rain.
James Bond says, LOL, imagine if Trump did that to someone, haha.
Yeah. starting to rain.
Peppermint says, I scared to eat because I have to keep driving. I've been driving 3 this morning.
Gotcha. It's raining, it's pouring, and the old man is snoring.
But I'm getting hungry.
Yeah.
James Bond says, rain not good.
Nope, rain not good. It's a light rain, so we're not bad yet. It's when you get those downpours that it starts being a problem.
Peppermint says, how do I get my green?
Well, once we get memberships, you can sign up for a membership. But I don't believe that's turned on right now. I think we're waiting for approval. And then oddly enough, I've got to reset up all my bank account information because they don't have it like they used to.
James Bond says, yet hot asphalt and downpours no bueno.
Oh yeah, this is downpouring now. Pretty good amount of rain about to hit you right now. I'm going to hold off on loading and see if the rain stops.
James Bond says, yeah, the boss may call it a day if heavy rain continues.
Well, we're almost done, so I mean, depends on how fast they lay it. But I don't want to get, I'm not getting a full load either. I don't want to get this last amount
Peppermint
of asphalt.
says, I don't see anything, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Here, we'll turn the wipers off. You'll see it now. You'll see it now.
James Bond says, yeah, we will see what Elijah decides to do.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, where it's at.
Yep.
It's hot as hell here, mate. So flipping over 35. Hello. Yeah, if you can leave it a few days though before calling me, it's hot as hell here, mate. It's like flipping over 35 degrees. I'm melting, man. Yeah, anyway, I'll catch you in a bit, mate. Yeah, cheers.
I was just listening to your message there, Chris.
Peppermint says, this thing blows my mind, oh.
Okay. Let us look at the radar. See how long this is predicted to last.
James Bond says, LOL, I did not even recognize my own voice, haha, sound very different on here, thought it was an Australian, haha.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, LOL, Chris. Peppermint says, oh, you talk no.
I was just going through some of my messages. So this is what Polish Agnes got for Kimberly Sweets. So it's a little pendant. It says Republican woman.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, LOL, I was like, who is Eric on the phone to LOL, didn't realize it was my voice message, haha.
Yeah. Could you guys hear that? Like clearly?
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you. James Bond says, "That's cool WTG Polish Agnes, and yeah, it was loud enough for us to hear it, lol."
Gotcha. Gotcha. It's stopping now.
At Kentuckyfan888 says, "Wow, that rain is really coming down. Did you get new wipers on that truck?"
Nope. It doesn't pay, because as soon as I put them on, by the time I go to use them, they're crap again. I mean, they're working. It's just funny. It's like when I first put them on.
Peppermint says, "Wow, yes, that's strange, just asking for money."
Yeah. Yeah, when I first turn them on, they work for shit, but after, a couple of minutes, I don't know if the edge gets better or then they actually start working. We're not in a rush for the asphalt because Glenn is still at the job site with a full load. So that's why I've got time. I can just sit. I don't need to load up. I don't need to rush over there and load up because we don't desperately need the asphalt this minute. And there we got blue skies and nice clouds. Give it a couple more minutes for the rain to completely stop, and then I'll go get loaded.
Peppermint says, "Yes, can't trust people. I'm learning to. I helped someone and got ghosted, so that's gone."
Yeah. Yeah, it's just bullshit. Other scammers out there, It's like, really?
Shally2 says, "Hey homie, I can share your stream and Kick community."
There you go, Fry. Have fun. You haven't really had one today, I don't think. I think this is your first one. I think this is Fry's first one.
Peppermint says, "LOL funny."
Yeah. I think this is the first one Fry's had to deal with.
Shally2 says, "To help you hit 1,000 followers and 800 viewers, also earn $1,000 per stream."
Oh my God.
Discord, Magnus 12,355.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. First kick troll.
Peppermint says, "Oh rain." James Bond says, "Yeah, first kick troll today." Chef Tara says, Peppermint, I think you are behind in chat. Log out of video and come back in.
Yeah. How much asphalt do we have left on this order? Just curious.
What he ordered, he's got 13 ton. Why do you need more?
No, I just wanted to double check
Peppermint
that
says,
that's what it
okay.
was, so I knew how to load the truck.
Well, he didn't say that for sure. That's what he wanted. I got a little extra if he needs it.
Let me call him real quick. So he's got the 13 ton, but he says he's got a little extra in the silo. So,
And if it's free, he can drop it.
okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't know if you wanted me to just wait till you knew how much more you needed.
No, I'd rather just have it, I guess.
Okay.
Rather have it.
All right. Cool beans. Bye. Yeah, he said if you're going to give us the extra
Peppermint
for free,
says,
that's cool, but
no,
otherwise
because
he
when
just
you go
wants the
home, I
13
can't
ton.
talk to you.
Alright, I'll give you 13.
10-4.
Peppermint says, I am cold, my AC working to good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got my AC on low.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, lucky for some to have AC happening stuck in my 100-degree sweat box, haha. James Bond says, LOL.
So they're currently just dumping it in the fucking skid loader, or the wheel loader. Could have just simply put it on me, because I'm going to end up bringing it back here if we didn't use it.
No
So.
number of the beast again, LOL.
Yeah, like I said, 15 years I've never had that happen before, so.
Peppermint says, Tara I go out.
Yeah, so you could have given us the extra, but.
James Bond says, yeah, I've uploaded that to my channel as evidence, haha.
Gotcha. Well, nothing bad happened while we had the load, so. I don't know. Day's almost over. Just gonna have to find out where the job is for tomorrow. That'll determine if I'm going in a hotel or not. Which honestly I kind of would like to.
With it, Chicane Jack says, I viewers stream.com.
Now we got a Twitch one. Lock him up, Fry. The whole parking lot's foggy. all the asphalt's cooling down from the rain, which isn't bad. Now they're having to heat the seam because the rain cooled the asphalt too much. That's not good. Oh.
James Bond says, LOL, that's a funny sight, that fog.
Yep.
Peppermint says, okay.
I've got $86.58 from back in the convoy days that I haven't, I guess I didn't have a valid account for them to pay me. That's kind of funny.
Peppermint says, it's just slow, I don't know.
Yeah. I was able to just turn on memberships, so we should have memberships. I don't know if it'll activate.
Peppermint says, okay, I going to park a second, I need to backing up, good job, I'm in.
Gotcha. So supposedly I just turned on a membership, so I don't know if it shows on the live currently, or if it's not going to show up till the next one. Oh yeah, it shows up now. So there you go. Anybody that's interested in doing memberships, we can do that now. Yay! I know, you guys are so excited about that. And you can get your name in green. You'll have a green name in the chat, because you'll be special.
James Bond says, awesome, Eric.
Yeah. It wasn't in my PayPal, it was in my AdSense through Google. So it was money that Google has been holding on to me, holding on for me.
The go-kart guy says, People's Convoy cash and more in PayPal. You are looking good, I guess.
Did you send me something in PayPal? I'll have to double check that. Yep. Go-kart guy sent $50. Thank you very much, sir. Well, that puts us damn close to what we need for next month's cell service and stuff. So we're doing good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
James Bond says, at the Gawkert guy, welcome in. James Bond says, way to go at the Gawkert guy, cheers for supporting the channel again. The go-kart guy says, yes.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's nice not having to pay for all this myself. Thank you again. I really do appreciate it. Oh, we're getting there.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
A lot of people seem to like the content about the lawnmower, though. I'll tell you that. 870 views on the lawnmower. You guys like the lawnmower?
James Bond says, yeah, R2-D2 lawnmower have a very entertaining.
Yeah. I should put a camera on him. But I don't have Wi-Fi. That's the nice thing about that lawnmower. I only needed Wi-Fi to set it up, and it has its own cellular connection, so I didn't have to leave Wi-Fi out there.
At Talking Hand says, welcome to level 2.
Yeah. Hey, Talking Hands, I had a question for you. I asked you earlier if you were like a sign language interpreter. Is that why it's Talking
At
Hands?
Stream Element says, at Talking Hands just became a sponsor.
Awesome. That is awesome.
The go-kart guy says, did the rain slow?
Yeah, it stopped. Thank God. Thank God it stopped.
James Bond says, at Talking Hands way to go.
Well, you're my first member, so I appreciate it. I never had members when I was in the convoy. I guess I never knew how to set it up. So I never set up the memberships. So you're my first member ever. Ever. I never had a member before.
James Bond says, at Talking Hands number 1.
Well, Tara, you can be number 2. You were slow on the button. You know?
Chef Tara says, Talking Hands beat me to it, darn.
Yeah, well, you can be number 2. Unless somebody else beats you. I don't know. Never know.
James Bond says, LOL, but you're number 1 in the chat, Tara.
Actually, I'm kind of curious about that. I'm kind of curious to see who is actually number 1 in the chat.
Chef Tara says, first the worst, second the best.
Gotcha. Let's see. Who is
James Bond says, number 007 for me. At Talking Hand says, no, I'm not an interpreter or something. It's my pleasure to be a member. Love to ride along and enjoy the scenery.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm in position 1 and it's by watch hours. I got 6 days and 2 hours and 55 minutes.
James Bond says, at Talking Hands, thank you so much for your support. You are awesome.
Chris is second for watch hours. He's got 4 days, 19 hours and 45 minutes. Then Peppermint is third at 3 days, 13 hours and 25 minutes. Then Fry is fourth at 2 days, 10 hours and 40 minutes. Then Choctaw, which I haven't seen him, he's at 2 days, 4 hours and 35 minutes. Sweet Things is at 1 day, 3 hours and 25 minutes. She's sixth. Lisa Webb is at 1 day, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah. So that's like our top 7. Then level-wise, Chris is the highest level. He's at level 19. And Claire has got the most points. She's at 8,000, other than me, but my points are artificial. She's at 8,030 points.
Chef Tara says, today I am number 1 in chat.
Yeah, yeah, you're number 1 in chat.
James Bond says, LOL, Fry won't be pleased as he's always watching in the background since day 1.
Yeah, well, it's because he doesn't chat enough. It doesn't know he's there. You know, that's the problem. The lurkers don't get as much watch hour counting because it kind of bases off of also chat interaction to know if you're here or not.
James Bond says, at Terra Clock 8,589, yeah.
Yeah, I'm only level 4 in my own channel. Because I don't talk in my own chat very much. Because, well, I don't need to type in my chat. Yeah, I wonder where Choctaw went. I haven't seen him today.
James Bond says, LOL, poor Fry.
Yeah, I think he passed out because I don't think he's been knocking out the bots either. Because normally if the bots get knocked out, it sits there and it tells you. So I will take out the bot. So I just ban the bots and kick.
James Bond says, hopefully Choctaw not kidnapped by the criminals LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. We don't need him, getting taken out by the, you know...
Lint 15 says, might be sleeping.
That's what I was thinking.
Shally 2 was banned from chat. Lane Rodriguez F1L says, are y'all starting another job site?
We're probably going to be taking the equipment there. I don't know if we're actually going to start it today. I'll probably end up just taking the equipment to the job.
James Bond says, hello Lane Rodriguez F1L.
Yep, by the way, hi Lane. You're level 10 with 19 hours and 34 minutes of watch time and 1,180 points. If you're interested. So yeah.
Lane Rodriguez F1L says, oh really, what does that mean?
It's just how much you're here watching the channel. That's all. You know, the more you watch, the higher the level you get to. You know, like Chris is at 4 days, 19 hours, and 45 minutes. That's all it means. And then your points you can use to use the
James
AI
Bond
voices.
Says, Eric, did you see the photo I sent on Discord? I defeated Darth Vader LMAO.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, you had kind of a buzz cut back then. And then your points you can either gamble with or you can use the AI chat option, which seeing how I've got a shitload of points to burn, I'll demonstrate it.
Lane Rodriguez F1L says, okay, so if I keep coming in here I'll keep getting points.
Yep. Well, you gotta chat too, because then that's how the system knows that you're here.
James Bond says, LOL, that was when I lived in Los Angeles way back in 2012. Fun place it used to be. Chef Tara says, I bet if it was total watch hours, not including chat, from convoy to now, I would probably be top 3, haha.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, I think the reason you're not higher is just because of the fact that you don't talk, you lurk a lot, so it doesn't actually know you're here. If it actually had a way to know the actual amount of watch hours,
I'm back.
I'm pretty sure you'd be fine. I think I might have done it wrong. Let me just try drop. I don't want to put the word start in there. Let me try to figure out how to get it to work.
Peppermint says, I can't remember my damn password, I never use it, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, is it drops? Is that what I told you it was? And then let me see if I have to put the start in.
James Bond says, it's drops, Eric.
Yeah. I just wanted to see if I had to put the word start in or not. So there you go. Claim your points. Apostrophe claim. Free points. Free points for all. You get some points. You get some points. You get some points. You get some points. You just got to put apostrophe claim in to get your free points within the next 2 minutes.
James Bond says, yes, seems so.
Yep.
Chef Tara says, thank you, Daddy Eric.
You're funny. You had your chance to call me daddy in real life. You didn't.
Tara, say thank you to Daddy Trump. Tara, say thank you to Daddy Trump.
Peppermint says, got mine.
You just have to type in apostrophe or exclamation point. I keep saying apostrophe. Exclamation point claim, just like everybody else is. And that's how you get your free points.
F1L says, so what do I do?
You just type apostrophe, or no, exclamation point claim. Just like you see everybody else doing in the chat. I don't know why I keep saying apostrophe. Yeah, I was literally like
Peppermint
right
says,
down the
I
road.
want him now.
Yeah. I'll do another drop in a little while. I think there's like a 15-minute cooldown on it or something.
Yes, I already got mine.
Yeah, I mean, I was literally right down the road from you, Tara. You had your opportunity. Now I'm on the other side. I'm halfway across the country. You missed out. You just missed out. Yeah, there's no space in it there, Lane. But the drop's over, so you can't claim them right now. But the next time the drop comes up, it'll come up in the chat, and it'll have a message, and it'll tell you to type exclamation point claim with no spaces, all one word, and it'll give you 3 minutes to do it. But yeah, unfortunately, this round of claiming points is already closed. I can try to see if I can do it again. I'm not sure. Let's try it. Let's see if there's a cooldown on it. We'll try another one just for shits and giggles. Let's see if it
Chef
bitches.
Tara says, Wisconsin isn't that far.
It's not that close either. It's not like you could just drive over after work and say hi.
At Lane Rodriguez F1L says, okay, I'll do it later.
Yeah, I tried sending the command again, but it doesn't look like it's going to go. Like I said, I think there's a cooldown on it. Let me see. Let me see what the cooldown is on it.
Peppermint says, good, yes, I'm working on it now.
Let me check. There's a 10-minute cooldown. So within 10 minutes, I can fire it up again. And here I'm going to be nice. I'm going to extend the time. We'll extend it from 3 minutes. We'll make it 5. We'll make it 5 minutes for the drop.
Peppermint says, make me racing up there to Wisconsin.
Let's see. We'll try P drop again. It's got to have been 10 minutes by now.
James Bond says, cool.
No, we must not have hit our 10-minute mark yet. Oh, I typed it wrong. That's why. I forgot it's drops.
Peppermint says, I can turn this truck around and on my way.
I've got to wait 167 more seconds before starting another drop, is what it told me. So that's like, what, another 3 minutes or something, roughly? Hey Chris, is it okay if I can call you on Discord? You don't have to talk. I just want to know if you can hear me and if it works good. Is that okay?
Power on. Connected.
James Bond says, around about that.
Ooh, too much glare. There's some of the glare gone. There's Chris beating up on poor defenseless Darth Vader.
James Bond says, give it a try, Eric.
All right. Okay, calling now. Hello, Chris. Just give me a grunt if you can hear me. Or type in the chat. I think you can hear me because I see my thing going green.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Time to go to work.
James Bond says, I could hear you, Eric.
Good. That's good. It looked like it was working. The first time I tried calling you, it didn't look right. So, that's good. How did it sound?
Peppermint says, I turn around and hit I-90. I'm on my way.
We'll see who shows up first. It'll be a race.
James Bond says, I did say hi but not sure if you heard.
No, I didn't. And I didn't see your bubble change, so you might not have your microphone set up right.
James Bond says, sounded very loud LOL as I could hear the TTS so loud.
But did it sound good?
Peppermint says, yeah. James Bond says, ah okay Eric, next time you call I'll have to take more time before pressing the buttons lol, as there was a few options that popped up.
Alright, I mean, I'll call you back. You can do some testing. Actually, it says it's still live. What the hell? I turned this...
Power on. Connected.
Said it was still live. Oh no, yeah, it's not live. Here, I'll call you back and you can just futz around with it.
James Bond says, it sounded okay, not the best quality, similar to talking on a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, it'll get better if I pay for the higher end. The audio at the base of the thing isn't as good as you upgrade your server. I'm here. I'm just letting you do whatever you got to do to get your stuff working. At least I think I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. So yeah, just futz around until you get your mic working, and then when we hear you go arf, 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 or whatever noise you decide to make, or if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear something. Yeah, I heard something. Yeah, had something working there for a second.
I think I have to hold the microphone to get it to work.
Yeah, there you go. There you're working.
Yeah, that's strange. I have to hold the button each time to get it to work.
Oh, you must have push to talk enabled.
Oh, right.
Yes.
How are you doing anyway, Eric? You alright?
I'm doing pretty good. No, this actually works pretty good. It sounds much better. Using the internal speakers on the actual device sounds like crap.
Oh, right. Oh, God. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, at least we know it works anyway.
Yeah. I love the British accent.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I haven't been live on the YouTube video before, so.
Well, you've been live on your own
It's not
YouTube.
taco, but it's food.
You've been live on your own YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, but I mean just talking live over the actual YouTube, where everyone can actually hear your own conversation, and that one the thing before, so it's interesting.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, not
Like
used to
that
being like
accent.
on a talk show host or something like David Letterman, but
Well, you're doing an excellent job.
oh, that's cool. Yeah, I hope the viewers are appreciating the English accent. Hopefully
Sure.
sound okay over this.
Yeah. One of the coworkers asked me if I wanted some water, so I had to deal with that. Let's see. No, you're doing an excellent job. I can't ask for anything better. But the cool thing is if I add you to a voice channel in the actual server, then we could have multiple people in there and not just you and me.
Oh, right, that's awesome.
So it'd be like a group chat, you know. That's what I'd like to do eventually. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I was rolling down the window. One of my coworkers gave me a water.
Peppermint says, that's a real accent.
Yeah, I like his accent. I've always liked the English accent.
Yeah, thanks, Clara. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to read the actual chat as I talk along because there's like a few second delay on the actual video over here for some reason. It's strange, it is.
Well, I mean, some of it, unfortunately, like I said, is because we're jumping through so many pieces of hardware. Each piece of hardware adds delay.
The go-kart guy says, Eric is the one with the accent, right, Chris?
Did you hear go-kart guy?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's very, very hot here in England today, though. We're not used to this heat. I'm nearly passing out here, man. It's like over 100 degrees.
Peppermint says, I love it.
Yeah. I thought you were getting an AC unit. What happened to that?
I thought I'd just tough it out because I'm used to, you know, I've lived in America before and I've been used to very hot weather in Los Angeles. As you know, it gets hot there in the past. And, yeah, so I thought I'd just tough it out because, trust me, by the end of this week it'll be winter again.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the weather changes. I mean, we've had like 10 months of just rain and cold weather every day, and this has been the first month where we've actually had sunlight. I mean, it's crazy here.
Adlane Rodriguez F1L says, can you do points?
Oh, yeah. You wanted me to do the drop again. I forgot. I apologize. Oh, yeah. Fry just did it. So, no, I can't because Fry just took it over. Fry must have woke up.
Oh, God. Hello there, Fry. Hope you're doing well. He's done the points drop for you, Eric.
Yeah. So there you go, Lane. You got to do your exclamation point claim to get your points.
Well, yeah, so I don't know what else to say, so I think I'll get back to watching the show. I'll let you guys crack on.
No, you're fine. You know, I appreciate you doing the test. I mean, like I said, we'll try doing it through the actual server next time instead of a direct call. I'll drag you into the voice room and we'll see if that all works. And yeah, that'd be cool because, like I said, I could have 6 people all on the same device in a voice call. You know.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun to. Yeah, that'll be fun to try. So, all right, I'll let you go. Thanks for coming up, Chris.
Peppermint says, "Well, that accent gets all excited."
Cheers, mate. See you.
All right. All right, bye. So there we go. So that worked. And it actually sounded better than a normal phone call. It wasn't that bad. The actual phone calls sound a lot worse. So surprisingly, that actually sounded pretty decent. There you go, Lane. You got your 250 points. Good job. Well, thanks for helping do the test and tune there, Chris. I really do appreciate it.
James Bond says, cheers, Eric.
Yep. No, I really do appreciate the assist. And welcome in, Fry. Glad you finally woke up.
At Clara Bailey LOL.
It'll probably sound even better if I put it over the car stereo. Because it actually sounded pretty decent for not being on the car stereo.
At Lane Rodriguez F1L says, is there any way I can forward the Discord?
I can put the Discord in, but I mean, who would you want to forward it to? I guess I don't know who you'd forward it to.
Peppermint says, sounds really good. James Bond says, no problem Eric, I could not think of much to say as it's so hot here. I'm like half awake, lol.
Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, I appreciate you helping test it out. But yeah, just look for a setting called push to talk, and you probably have
Peppermint
it checked.
says, thank you Chris, nice hearing you. James Bond says, cheers Clara. Adlane Rodriguez F1L says, no, I'm saying can I join your Discord?
Oh yeah, I don't mind that. I could have swore you said forward. But, yeah, here's the link.
James Bond says, thanks mate, and yet I will have to undo the push to talk setting as had to have my thumb on the microphone button all the time, lol.
But yeah, we can set up an entire room where we could have, like, I think it's...
Peppermint says, I still have to get my Eric too.
Yeah. I think you can have like 8 people in a call. So, where with the phone I'm limited to just 3. But we also got to boost that server up to level 2. That'll increase the audio quality on the server. Because unfortunately, Discord charges for that. You got to pay to like level up your server.
James Bond says, Android was successful today, lol.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it was. It did the job. God, this parking lot looks just so good. Here, I'll change over to the Apple phone that works. You know, because you know it works. And I'll sit here and I'll show you guys what we're looking at. Let's zoom this out a little bit. I mean, doesn't that look nice? That is a nice looking parking lot.
Admirst Vic Clive says, hi Eric and chat.
Hello. Hey Miss T, I gotta fix your name. I gotta fix your name in chat. Because it's there and said some stuff that sounded really funny. So let's fix you up.
Peppermint says, I'm finally eating.
Good to hear. Let's fix Miss T's name.
Fry says, hey Admirst Vic Clive.
There you go. Give that a try, Miss T. Let's see how TTS handles that.
James Bond says, "Yet I wish the roads in the UK looked like that, lol."
Yeah. Yeah, let's give that a try, Miss T. Let's see if it says your name better.
Admirst Vic Clive says, "LOL."
Yeah, it still didn't like that one. Let's,
James Bond says, "Admirst Vic Clive, welcome and good to see you." Admirst Vic Clive says, "Hey at Fry."
I mean, this is Miss T, right? It's not
James Bond
not
says,
Rob.
"At Fry TV, hello."
it's Mrs. T, right?
Peppermint says, "Yes, it looks really nice parking lot." Mrs. T Vic BC Live says, "Hi Chris, thank you."
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't want to be changing text to voice.
James
Text to
Bond
voice.
says, "You're most welcome, Admirst Vic Clive."
Yeah, I didn't want to have it saying Miss T. If it was Rob, that would be kind of embarrassing for Rob. Although he never comes in.
Peppermint says, "I wish the interstate was they are just bumping."
Yeah, you can send me that, Chris. Now that you got to wait to.
Miss T Vic BC Live says, "Yes, it's MRST." James Bond says, "I can send you the video of where I live, Eric. You will see how bad UK roads are, lol, like tiny go-kart roads."
Sure. Go ahead.
Miss T Vic BC Live says, "That's better."
Good. I'm glad I could fix it for you.
He's used to it, lol.
Ha.
He is usually working when you are lit. I bet he lurks while driving.
Gotcha. What does he do for a living, can I ask? I don't remember.
James Bond says, "Cheers Eric and hello at Fry TV, good to see you, sir." Peppermint says, "Hello Fry." Miss T Vic BC Live says, mobile service tech stuff.
Like computer mobile service tech or like automotive service tech. Either way, it's cool. Anything with tech in it is cool.
Peppermint says, this is not good. I'm going to have to not get sleepy. I was hungry though.
Gotcha. Auto.
Miss T Vic BC Live says, auto.
Well, that's good. Cool to know. I didn't know he was into that. Oh, did you see that we got monetized finally? We've got memberships, and Talking Hands is my first member, which Tara's upset about. She wanted to be first.
Miss T BC Live says, he is a little easy to dox on the island, so we keep it vague.
That's fine. That's fine. I understand. It's still cool. I didn't know that about him. Someday maybe we can talk about cars. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Peppermint says, Nurst Vic Clive hello.
Yeah, Tara wanted to be the first member, but she kind of slept on the button, and somebody beat her to it. And now I feel like she's salty about it because she hasn't joined to be a member yet. Because she wanted to be number one. Chris is trying to wait till we have 7 members so he can be the 7th one.
BC Live says, woohoo, congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris wants to be the 7th member because 007, you know.
James Bond says, I've sent that link, Eric. You will see my little go-kart flying around, LOL. And yeah, folks, hit the like, subscribe, and donate to the channel.
Yep.
Miss T Vic BC Live says, it's time to make some emojis.
Yeah, I'm going to have to learn how to do that. I never did that when I was live streaming before. Hell, I never even had membership turned on. So, like I said, my first member is Talking Hands that I've ever had on my channel, period.
Hi, Clara.
Maybe you'll have to reach out to me on my Discord and talk me through it if you know how. Here's the Discord link.
James Bond says, LOL, yeah, 007 best number.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, I'm driving and shopping today.
Gotcha. Oh, I was just playing with you. Yeah, Peppermint wants to race you to Wisconsin. Whoever
James
gets here
Bond
first
says,
wins.
I need a new back box on my car. It sounds like a rally car at the moment, haha.
Well, thank you very much. Fry just became a member. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it, Fry. He's number 2.
Peppermint says, I figured mine out, it sucks.
I'm gonna have him load me up with this garbage real quick to take this too. So Elijah said he needs some of this and told me to go dump immediately. But why don't you throw that crap on me right over there so I can go dump that too.
Might be a little too late. I might have to go bring this over there right now.
Yeah. Alright, well that's gotta get thrown away later then, I guess.
I'm gonna ask him if I can just dump it over there.
How are you getting over there?
There's like a big old hole over there.
I said, how are you getting over there?
There's another entrance.
Oh. Alright, I'll wait a second. I brought the mic with me, damn it. Mike's back in the truck.
Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Peppermint says, I can't remember. James Bond says, in waiting till there's 6 members then I can be number 007 LOL. Fry says, hey at Terra Cluck 8589.
Well, now there's 2, so we just need 4 more and then it's up to you, Chris. Poor Tara, now she doesn't get the second spot either.
James Bond says, yet hopefully another 4 members soon, Eric.
That's funny. I don't care who you are, that's just funny right there, what Tara says.
Chef Tara says, hey Fry Daddy.
We definitely know who has a daddy fetish.
Fry says, all you have to do is hit the join button to become a member. It's only $2.99 a month.
Yep. I kept it cheap, kept it reasonable. I'm not trying to become a millionaire.
Fry says, who your daddy?
Well, obviously me and you, Fry, because she calls us both daddy.
James Bond says, yeah, come on Tara and Clara. Ladies, you would look better in green.
No pressure. You guys don't have to pressure him. Yeah, I saw that.
James Bond says, the Trump voice failed me this time, damn it, LOL.
Yeah.
Fry says, I am not that old. Miss T Vic BC Live says, back in a few, got a phone call.
Catch you later. Oh, we got to fix live to live. I forgot that I have to spell that different.
James Bond says, okay, Admirst Vic Clyde.
There, we'll see if that works better. Woohoo! Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure, peer. Thank you, Tara.
Chef Tara says, welcome to level 1.
Thank you, Tara.
At Stream Element says, at Terra Clock 8589 just became a sponsor.
Whoop, whoop.
James Bond says, way to go Tara, thank you for joining the channel.
Cool beans.
James Bond says, LOL Tara.
Yeah.
Fry says, hey Tara, welcome into the green room.
Yeah. It's much appreciated. Oh my God. I can read the messages before TTS, so I'm laughing at what Tara had to say. Why didn't TTS read it? That's weird. TTS didn't read that. Well, it says, you're welcome, Daddy Eric. Good girl.
James Bond says, LOL Eric.
Yep. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Chef Tara says, it doesn't read all of my stuff for some reason. James Bond says, okay. James Bond says, at Terra Clock 8589 TTS gone loco. James Bond says, Eric is the Punisher today LOL I noticed the t-shirt good movie that. R1 Chart H says, what app are you using, Moblin? Fry says, you look good in green Terra. James Bond says, Yamabil nap Eric uses. Chef Tara says, thank you so much Fry, you're too kind. James Bond says, everyone go green. R1 Chart H says, guys come to kick. James Bond says, I was trying to figure out what IRL means LOL, I kept thinking Ireland, haha, I'm not good with acronyms, it confuses me. R1 Chart H says, at Chris Ayers 007, that's hilarious LOL. Fry says, In real life is IRL. Peppermint says, it's not verifying my card, no. James Bond says, LOL, cheers Fry, I had no idea. Fry says, it also works with PayPal at Clara Bailey. Peppermint says, okay. James Bond says, I can become a member now but waiting to be number 007 LOL.
I command all viewers to like, share, subscribe, and join the channel if you can. Thank you, Hasse. Command all viewers to like, share, subscribe, and join the channel if you can. Thank you, Hasse. James Bond says, LOL, thank you President Trump, haha. Fry says, you don't get numbers like that with members at Chris Ayers 007. That would be cool if you did.
James Bond says, yeah at Fry TV. Peppermint says, I see later him driving and fighting with it. Fry says, high winds at Clara Bailey later. Peppermint says, I have my card in already, I have to use PIN number on mine, that's what wrong. Fry says, gotcha at Clara Bailey. At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you. Chef Tara says, don't feel pressured Clara, concentrate on the road.
Yeah, I seem to be the only one that's got balls enough to put that paver on the trailer without it connected to a truck. Tara's level 4, yay! Tara's level 4. Good girl.
James Bond says, here comes Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm the only one that's got the cojones, I guess, to load that up that way. Otherwise, they don't like to do it.
Peppermint says, am I just bugging me? I'm not doing it right now.
Not doing what right now? Oh, almost dropped my phone. That wouldn't have been good.
James Bond says, I would do it, but you would see a Mr. Bean style scenario, haha.
I like Mr. Bean. Did you know, speaking about the Punisher, did you know that there was actually a military regiment that used this as their actual symbol? I was wearing this shirt and I was at like Universal Studios or something.
Peppermint says, LOL.
And an old military guy came up to me and informed me that that this was the symbol for their military platoon. I'm not 100% sure what branch it was. I don't remember. But I thought it was kind of interesting. I just thought it was movie stuff. I didn't realize that it had some real history. You know, that it's not
Peppermint
just...
says, trying to be green too.
Gotcha. Yeah, so yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but I thought that might be a cool factoid for anybody that likes history. Microphone off so you didn't have to hear me packing my cigarettes. I figured that'd be kind of loud.
Microphone died.
I just didn't want to have you guys listen to me packing the cigarettes because, you know, it's kind of loud. And you guys don't need your eardrums blown.
James Bond says, okay Eric, LOL.
He likes to have his Fridays be fast days, so we'll see what happens. Maybe he'll have something local near Manitowoc, but who knows?
Peppermint says, I think that's what it is. I have to use pen numbers and it doesn't show where you use pen.
It shouldn't ask for your PIN number. It's not debit. It may ask for your security numbers, which is usually on the back of the card, the little 3 digits. but it shouldn't ask for your PIN. It's not a debit connection. All right. So Fry, do you know how to make emojis? And how hard is it? Part of the reason I ask is because I have an Apple phone and it allows me to take any picture and turn it into just a clip.
Peppermint says, I thought it because I was crying he shut me up. Fry says, LOL, yes, I have made lots.
Is it hard?
Peppermint says, I've been trying.
You're fine.
Fry says, I made all the emotes for all my channels. It could be hard if you don't know about tech.
Oh, then I'm screwed, right? Is that what you're telling me? I'm going to be SOL because obviously I don't know anything about tech.
Fry says, lots of apps and sites to make emotes.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'll have to talk about it one of these days.
Fry says, LOL, you got this, Eric. Peppermint says, no, because I want to be green to I just be a shadow.
I gotcha. All right, so tomorrow we're fixing a complaint, and then I guess we're doing some repairs, and that's the plan for tomorrow. So easy peasy day, easy peasy day.
Fry says, it's easy to make emotes for YouTube.
Gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately, that means I don't get to I don't get to sit in a hotel and sit in a hot tub tonight. Damn it. But I will next week. Guaranteed next week. Monday
James
is a...
Bond says, yeah, thank God the weekend soon.
Yeah, Monday is a big day. So Monday is going to be a long, long day. I'm not long, but it's the Monday project is going to be a big project. So, yeah. This is getting to be that time of the day. I'm just like, I just want to go home. And I still got, because we're gonna be taking the equipment to Manitowoc. We've got an hour, at least an hour and a half drive back to Manitowoc.
Peppermint says, my cards I have to use pen because it was charged that way because someone used it before, so I have it that way, but I worked for Jules earlier.
Oh. No worries. I'm not worried about it.
James Bond says, okay Clara.
I know nothing. Nothing.
Fry says, the key to a good emote is less is more and you want it to pop.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, Eric, do you have plans for the weekend?
I don't know. I guess it depends on how good of a good girl you are. None that I know of.
Peppermint says, I'm brain dead too, I worry about it, it sucks, I will figure something out.
Don't worry about it. It's not that big of a deal.
Fry says, LOL.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'll probably
James Bond says, Eric, I've sent you some cool photos on Discord of the cars we have in UK.
Gotcha. I'm probably going to fix some of the overlays in the for like when people subscribe and add members or become members and super chat and all that stuff, so that it actually pops up on the screen, because I don't have that working at the moment. So yeah, it'll probably be part of that. Then there's a few other things I gotta do. So yeah. Oh yeah. So here's Chris's video of his roads.
Peppermint says, you can have him, I can't get there right now.
See, Peppermint's so nice. She's willing to share. That's a good girl. Sharing is caring. I mean, I am 2-girl certified. Or I was. I need recertification. I once was 2-girl certified. I don't know if I am anymore. Ooh, fancy private powered gate. That's pretty fancy there, Chris. What year is this car again?
James Bond says, LOL.
It's always trippy to watch you guys drive because you're on the wrong side of the road. Yeah, there's a roundabout. Yeah, we got to get you some image stabilization.
James Bond says, I am very poor person Eric LOL my car's from 2007.
That's not the end of the world. Yeah, your camera dropped in your video, so it started trying to autofocus on your dash instead of the road. So yeah, and at about the 2 minute mark, you can't really see anything.
Richard Bishop says, howdy there Eric, sorry I'm late, had some stuff to do earlier.
Hey Richard, good to see you. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. No, you're fine. I mean, we've got at least another hour and a half plus whatever time it takes them to come finish what they're doing. So yeah, we've got a hot minute.
Fry says, I am very poor to at Chris Ayers 007.
Oh, it sounded like you missed a gear. I swear I heard a gear grind. Oh, you're talking in your video
Peppermint
too.
says, I like sharing, so that's up to you.
It's not dark yet. We can't go all naughty.
Richard Bishop says, hey there Chris Ayers and Fry TV.
Yeah, those are some cool
Fry
cars.
says, all my trucks are old at Chris Ayers 007.
Those are some cool cars, Chris.
James Bond says, yeah, that was more my fault having the mount too low and LOL at Fry TV. Fry says, hey at Richard Bishop TJ4E. James Bond says, at Fry TV LOL, but trucks are worth a lot more than tiny British cars, haha.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I don't like sharing is what I mean.
Oh, you don't like sharing? Well, that's not... Sharing is caring. That's not good.
James Bond says, cheers Eric, I drive fast on the road to LOL.
Yeah.
Frankie says, hey guys, back from my journey, I biked 35 kilometers.
Cool. Perfect timing, Frankie. Perfect
James Bond
timing.
says, at Frankie Flojo, welcome back.
Perfect timing. Here we're going to do a 100 turn stop here to get turned around.
Peppermint says, oh.
100-point turn to turn around in the middle of frickin'
Fry
road.
says, Right, my 65 Chevy truck would pull some big money at Chris Ayers 007. Peppermint says,
Let's
I will
go.
get Chris over here. James Bond says, at Fry TV, yet over here in the UK you would get a lot more money as obviously US trucks are rare here. For example, a 2013 Ram is like 15 grand here.
Yeah, but the import fees would kill you. I could just imagine what the import fees would cost.
Richard Bishop says, all of us has needed a little help at one time or another, including myself.
Yep.
James Bond says, at Richard Bishop TJ full read true. At Lane Rodriguez F1L says, any idea where you were going tomorrow?
Somewhere near the shop, because he's telling me to take the equipment back to Manitowoc, so it must be somewhere near home base. We're gonna do a quick repair in the morning, and
James Bond says, get a few grand to import from USA to UK.
then we gotta fix some stuff, so I gotta put the new shock on this truck because we had the other shock blowout, so that's gonna have to get fixed. So yeah, there's a switch I got to replace on on the little roller. Ooh, the father-in-law's truck is here. My twin. It's up on the hill. You guys can see it right now. That's my twinsy. It's the Mac. So he's working down in this area too. That's interesting.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yep. And don't forget, you can now be a member. You can join and be a member of the channel and support the channel.
At Kroger John Bryant says, good afternoon everyone.
So yeah, not only can you click like, subscribe, and
Peppermint
share.
says, hi Frankie, they being mean to me.
Who's being mean to you?
Frankie says, hey Kroger.
Hey Kroger, welcome in.
James Bond says, cool.
Super super chat. Awesome.
Frankie says, Clara, how so?
Well, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
At Kroger, John Bryant says, hello Frankie. Peppermint says, Kroger here to good. Fry says, hey at Kroger, John Bryant.
Well, thank you for joining and being a member there, Sweets. I appreciate
At
it.
Sweets Thing says, welcome to level 1.
Appreciate it, Sweets. I gotta get out and take a look at my box. I'll be right back.
At Stream Element says, at Sweets Things, just became a sponsor.
Awesome, awesome. And Clara, she's not gonna come here. Nobody's gonna drive that far.
Fry says, just hit the join button to be a member. James Bond says, way to go Sweets Things Kimberly. At Frankie Flo Joe, thank you very much for the donation to the channel. At Kroger, John Bryant says, hello again Clara. Richard Bishop says, howdy there Kroger, John Bryant. Frankie says, no prob.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah.
Peppermint says, Tara going to get Eric so he's hers.
Tara's not coming here. That's the reality. It's all fun and games. Little harmless flirting.
At Kroger, John Bryant says, hello Fry TV.
Let's go.
Fry says, hey Sweets, welcome to the green room. Richard Bishop says, howdy there Frankie. Kroger John Bryant says, howdy Richard Bishop. At Sweets Thing says, we lost power earlier, it killed my stream, I just got it all back going.
Gotcha. Oh, you gotta get yourself a little battery backup. Plug your router into it. Your router and your or your router and your home modem, and then your stream would stay up even if the power was out.
You and Tara getting me upset.
Yeah. We're just having fun.
At Kroger John Bryant says, cheers again Chris.
It's probably apostrophe or exclamation point level would probably be the command, I would think. I know you can put in a exclamation point command.
James Bond says, at Sweets Thing, sorry to hear that. Glad you got it fixed again. Thank you for becoming a member, Kimberly.
You can put in exclamation point command or commands, and it'll give you a list of all the commands.
Cheers, Kroger. Richard Bishop says, hi Clarabelle and Sweets Things. Peppermint says, hello Richard.
Tara wants a small fry sugar daddy, haha. Tara wants a small fry sugar daddy, haha.
Yeah. No shit.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey they only having a joke, nothing serious going on there.
So you'll drive to Texas there, Tara, but you won't drive to Wisconsin, which is a lot closer. I see how it is.
Peppermint says, okay good because I'm stuck right now, I can't do anything. James Bond says, at Clara Bailey.
Alright, the trailer must be loaded because all the workers are driving off. So.
Peppermint says, Eric.
Yes.
Fry says, Tara is coming to Texas.
Yeah, that's possible. It is possible. I mean,
Peppermint says, okay.
I can't blame her. You're definitely a lot thinner than I am, you know. But I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Alright, I gotta go clean my,
Frankie says, what is my level?
Yeah. I gotta clean my hitch. I'll be right back.
James Bond says, LMAO at Fry TV. Fry says, she wants a fry sugar daddy. James Bond says, at Kroger John Bryant, thanks for popping in. Chef Tara says, I would def go to Texas. Peppermint says, I think the witch was coming out. Eric, I forgive you. At Kroger John Bryant says, you're welcome Chris, I do have to go back to work now.
Alright, Cool Beans, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
Fry says, LOL small fry at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, LMAO at Fry TV. At Kroger John Bryant, cheers mate, have a good one, don't work too hard if you don't have to, LOL. Frankie says, I still love you, are an idiot, ha 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 ha, and you know damn well that it's true, Eric. Chef Tara says, I really want to go to Austin one day and get tickets to see Kill Tony. At Kroger John Bryant says, okay Chris. Peppermint says, thank you guys coming to my rescue all. James Bond says, at Kroger John Bryant, cheers. Fry says, I live about 15 miles east of Austin at Terra Cluck 8589. Peppermint says, Frankie, Kroger, Bill and everyone come in. Chef Tara says, that's perfect, Fry. James Bond says, at Clara Bailey. Thanks Tara for the sparkles gift. Peppermint says, you are good friends, thank you.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm here.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, you're most welcome.
This is for Frankie.
You are an idiot!
All right.
Frankie says, I still love you, are an idiot, and you
On a parking lot. You're probably not the guy I want to talk to.
You want to talk to the boss, but I have a business card. If I can get the damn thing. There you go,
It
sir.
would have been nice if we would have done it on the same day.
Yeah,
But I didn't know until I saw you, so
it happens.
yeah.
Yeah.
You do much work in the Ripon area?
We've been working this area pretty hard lately, so yeah, we'll probably be back here next week.
Okay.
So,
I'll give him a call.
all right, cool beans.
Thank you.
Have a great day, sir. There we go. A new potential customer. It's always nice.
Peppermint says, I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad I'm back too. Because that means I get to get a little bit closer to going home. I mean, I've got probably an hour and 40-minute drive, and then I've got another 40 minutes once I get to my truck, So, yeah. Hour and 31 minutes according to
Peppermint
this.
says, thank you, Frankie. LOL, he got you first.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Holy stop signs. Like there's one everywhere. Holy crap. Whew. Where'd everybody go? I get back in the truck and everybody got quiet.
Peppermint says, I have to say that was great. I need help and you all came. Thank you.
What did you need help with? I must have been out of the truck hooking up the trailer.
James Bond says, no idea. LOL.
Gotcha.
Peppermint says, LOL.
Okay. That cleared it up.
We hear LOL. Chef Tara says, no one was hurting you though. It's all fun and games. Eric and I've known each other for a while.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually met in person. And she's too chicken to do anything. She just likes to talk a big game. Because Because if she really, really was interested
Frankie
and
says,
wanted me,
This channel is the friggin' best.
yeah. If Tara really wanted a piece of Mechanic Eric, she had a prime opportunity for 6 months. She could have been knocking down my door. Because I was literally in the same town as her for 6 months. And she never pursued it. So she just likes to have fun, flirt a little, get her daddy issue fix.
Peppermint says, you and Tara ganging up on me.
Me and Tara? No, we're just having fun. Nobody's ganging up on anybody.
Chef Tara says, I am a chicken, hence my last name.
Yeah. She'll talk the talk, but when it comes down time to walk the walk, where's Tara? Where'd she go?
I have a boyfriend anyway, chill out.
Yep. I was kind of wondering about that. I knew you had one in the past. I wasn't sure if that was currently still the situation. So yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if you still were with somebody or not.
Frankie says, at Tara Clock 8589 LOL hahaha. Peppermint says, yes, no, I'm here. James Bond says, well, I'm taking the chicken's way out my bedtime now, Eric and chat LOL, so I will catch you on the next one LOL.
That's okay. Good to see you, Chris. Thanks for being here. Thanks for helping out with the Discord stuff. I appreciate it.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
And now you can become a member. If that didn't sound like the, but wait, there's more type guy. I don't know what else would.
Fry says, so you just want me for my money. I see how you are now at Tara Clock 8589.
Oh boy.
Peppermint says, okay, good, it just hit the spot, sorry.
Yeah, no biggie.
Fry says, later at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, cheers Eric, catch you tomorrow. See you soon at Fry TV, at Clara Bailey, at Tara Clock 8589 and at Frankie Flojo.
Yep. It's good to see you guys.
Cheers, Tara. says, I just really like Eric and it sucks being so far that it hurt.
Yeah.
Fry says, here you go at $8,589 sign dollar 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 sign. Peppermint says, good night, Chris. Frankie says, at Chris.
Huh.
See ya.
That's weird. I think Frankie's got a gambling addiction, which I approve of. Helps with analytics, but you know, I always see him in there doing slots. It's cool. Glad I was able to get that for you guys. So where are we doing this patch job tomorrow, or repair? What do you mean? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Peppermint says, what
Okay.
is this command stuff?
Yeah, I can work on the little roller. I can see if that button finally, I can take it apart and see if that button fits in. I've got to replace the shock on the Volvo that blew out because I got the replacement, the other warranty shock. Because I got to have that ready for them on Wednesday so they can pick up the core. I can run out to Alex. I can call Alex right after I'm off the phone with you, and I can call him and see about getting that hole punched in the back of the truck. So I mean, I could make something to do. Okay. All right, cool beans. All right, bye. It's a mechanic day tomorrow, which also means I'm probably not going to be streaming, unfortunately. We'll see how it works. The command thing is, I was trying to. There was a list of commands that I can do, or that was supposed to show like the list of commands, and I was trying to figure out what the trigger word was, and I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember the trigger word, so I was trying commands. You know, I was just trying multiple commands, trying to see if I could, you know, see if I was spelling it wrong. Exclamation point COMMANDS. So that's the command. Okay. And that'll pull up a list of all the commands. So right? I just was spelling it wrong. I'm supposed to put some type of URL in. So I wasn't doing that. I'm still not doing it right. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out all this stuff out. Fry, if you make me a gift for that or an emoji, I'll set that one up for you. You send me over an emoji for it. Yeah, it doesn't work. I tried it. I didn't realize I have to put some type of URL something after it. And I have no clue what the URL is. Fry's on that shit. That's funny. Don't be a lurker. Get your points. Gotta get your points.
Back off, Terra Fry is my sugar daddy.
Hey Alex, I was just trying to see if possibly I could come in tomorrow and we could finally punch that hole in the back plate of the Volvo so I can hook up the 7-way RV style trailer light connector on the Volvo. Just give me a call or a text, let me know if that works for you. That'd be Friday. So, alright, catch you later. Bye. Sorry, I had TTS off, I forgot.
Yes, back off, Tara. Eric is mine. You had your chance. Back off.
Peppermint says,
If you both don't stop at Terra Cluck 8589 and at Clara Bailey, he'll make sure both of you don't get him.
Ryan Lewis S. says, hey homie, I can share your stream in a kid community.
Get him, Fry. Get him, Fry.
To help hit 1,000 followers and 800 viewers and also earn $1,000 per stream.
Get him, Fry.
Add me on Discord. Markers 12.
Yeah.
Fry says. Peppermint says, LOL, that was good funny Frankie.
Yeah.
Frankie says, Ty Clara. Rayanne Lewis says was banned from chat.
Yes. Another one bites dust. And another one gone. And another one gone. Another one bites dust, yeah. Fry, I'll get
He'll protect
too.
you from the
Another
girls.
one bites
Eric
dust.
says nah. Bob.
Peppermint says, why don't it say the emoji on live stream?
Because the voice to chat doesn't know how to say the emojis. Or I might have turned it off. Because otherwise it'd be like pineapple, 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 pineapple. You know, it's like, that would get annoying real quick. Because people don't tend to use one emoji, they use like several. You know.
Peppermint says, I like Tara and good.
Alright, catch you later, Fry.
Fry says, need to get ready for work. I will be listening but not in chat. See
Yep.
you in 30.
Alright, catch you later.
Frankie says, ITD take too long, Clara. Rodriguez F1L says, will you be lit tomorrow?
I honestly, I don't know, because it sounds like I'm going to be working on stuff, and if I go out to my buddy's shop, I don't know if I can live stream from there, because I'll be inside of a building. So I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be worth live streaming.
Peppermint says, oh, I know what you're talking about now, Frankie. I forgot what I asked, LOL. Lane Rodriguez F1L says, oh really, will you be lit next week?
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Eric is the best trucker streamer. We all know damn well that he is. Nobody will be better than Eric is.
Yeah, I just wish those voices worked a little bit more consistently. But it's out of my control.
Peppermint says, LOL, good one, Frankie. Chef Tara says, thank goodness. I don't know what I'd do if my daddy Eric did not stream next week.
Yeah. I don't know. You got a boyfriend and a side piece in Fry. I don't know if I can be your daddy. You seem more interested in going to Austin. That's a bad girl. I think you need a little.
IDK what I would be doing, RN, if I never found Eric, to be fair.
Peppermint says, me either. I was going crazy yesterday and that was just one day not talking and seeing Eric.
Yep. I think I'm just going to take the truck home tonight because I got to drive up to Manitowoc tomorrow. So there's no real reason to run the truck all the way up to Manitowoc if I got to be there in the morning anyways.
Peppermint says, good you got me, Eric.
Yeah.
Ah, shit, here we go again.
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, why hello there, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel and welcome into the chat. We're headed home right now. We got about maybe a 45-minute drive. Seeing how we got somebody new in the chat, we'll dole out some points. Everybody get ready for a points drop. Claim your points.
Ad Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
And don't forget, now we have memberships at the low, low price of $2.99.
Frankie says, God, I'm so tired from that bike ride, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I can imagine. I don't remember exact distance you said, but it sounded like it was pretty far. You'd actually like this though. We're going to be coming up on a path that goes all the way from Fond du Lac to Sheboygan that you get a bike on.
Fry says, this is bullshit, you are dropping point when I need to get in the shower.
Sorry, Fry. I was being nice to somebody that was new in the channel. I was letting them get some points.
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, I like that red color on your semi-truck, it pops in the sun very well, to be fairly honest.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, this truck originally was yellow. The bosses decided to pay to change it to red.
Frankie says, I said 35 kilometers, which is about 21 miles.
That's a pretty good distance. Yeah, let me figure this out real quick.
Peppermint says, I already got my points, I trying it didn't give me more.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, so this would be 34 miles. Let's see where it starts. I was told it came all the way into Fond du Lac, but I'm not seeing it yet. So it doesn't come this far, unless it's on the other side. Might be on the other side.
At Joshua Gamer 4567
Yep, there it
says,
is.
I don't care about the points, to be fairly honest, I'm just going to enjoy the stream.
Not a problem. Well, we got some stuff, and we're gonna have more stuff later that you're gonna be able to interact with using the points. Like we've got some AI voices, which it's all in beta. You can say stuff in Donald Trump's voice, Kamala Harris, Homer Simpson. There's a whole bunch of voices, but it's kind of hit or miss because it's web-based and it's in beta, so it doesn't always work. But you got to use points to activate it. And then if you want to gamble, there's gambling, and that uses points. So yeah. So it just gives people things to do, like when I have to step out of the truck and unload the equipment or disconnect the trailer or whatever. Seeing how you haven't been here before, this is what we look like currently. We have the truck and the trailer and all the equipment on, so that's our current configuration.
Frankie says, what's a pirate's fate word? Some people say it's air, but some think it's sea.
So yeah, that's the path there, Frankie, off to the right. And that goes all the way from Fond du Lac to Sheboygan, and like I said, it's about 34 miles.
Joshua Gamer 4567 says, my favorite construction tool is the Bobcat. It doesn't matter, it has the steel rims and rubber tires, or if it has the bulldozer style tracks on it.
Yeah, we currently have a New Holland. That's a track loader. We literally just bought it at the end of last year, I think, or no, the beginning of last year. And I don't know. Unfortunately, Bobcats had some reliability issues lately, so they're just not as desirable currently. Their older models were good, but right now they're just having some reliability issues.
Peppermint says, you.
Me? No, you. So there you go, Frankie. There's the trail. Nice 34-mile long ride.
That was a oops.
Each way. Because you'd obviously want to get back to wherever you started.
Frankie says, my friend David lost his ID, now he's just Dave.
That's a good one. I like it.
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, that's out of beautiful grasslands by the way too.
Yep, that's Wisconsin. Yeah, that's what's kind of different about this stream. We've got a pretty sophisticated setup here. You know, this is more like a home studio. We've got a laptop, we've got multiple phones, we've got multiple internet connections, multiple camera angles, and all that equipment allows us to kind of stream from almost anywhere we want. So we go down a lot of the back roads, the country roads a lot, and you get to see a lot of the farmland and things that you normally aren't going to see on a trucker stream, because most of the trucker streams tend to focus on staying on the freeway. So we definitely get a lot better, a lot prettier views, I think. It's definitely more scenic. It's not usually just the 2 lanes on a freeway. But yeah, I've put a lot of work into this stream. A lot of guys run just like a cell phone and maybe a hotspot, and it cost them not that much because they've already got a phone. But I mean, I literally have like $3,000 worth of equipment plus. I'm pretty sure there's even more just to make this stream happen.
Joshua Gamer 4567 says, is your triaxle dump truck a turbulent one?
No, it's a Volvo, but it's been a good truck for us, but probably going to be upgrading to a Western Star fairly soon. You know, the boss keeps sending me links and he's asking me questions, and I know he wants to change the truck out, so you know, we're probably going to be getting a new truck sometime this year. It's going to be an automatic. If we get the truck we're looking at, we're going to go from, this one's rated at like 425 horse, although it's been turned up a little, so I'm pretty sure it's more powerful than that.
Frankie says, what does a sprinter eat before a race? Nothing. They fast.
That's a good one. But yeah, the new truck's got a 565 horse X18 Cummins with an Allison 6-speed transmission, automatic. which I'm okay with. You know, I've been driving manual transmission for most of my truck driving career, and I'm not against swapping over to an automatic. It definitely, for what we do, backing up to the paver, up hills and stuff like that, an automatic is definitely a welcome addition.
Joshua Gamer 4567 says, I couldn't tell that the dump truck is a Volvo because when you show us the image of it, it was on the side, so I couldn't until you told me the manufacturer, so I got confused. That's all, haha.
Oh, no biggie. That's no biggie. No, this used to be an over-the-road truck that they converted into a dump truck, so it doesn't have your typical dump truck Volvo look.
Frankie says, what shoes do ninjas wear? Sneakers.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not your typical Volvo dump truck. It's got a semi-style front end, like a normal semi Volvo would have. So it's unique. It's different. I'll be honest, I've had this truck for so long, I'm actually gonna miss it. But I think the brand new truck I'll be more than happy to enjoy. And it'll probably be the last truck I drive, because I'll probably be retiring from this company, so I don't know, we'll see. I've been here for 15 years already.
Frankie says, what do you call a man that can't stand meal?
Haha.
Peppermint says, LOL is well LOL.
Yeah.
Joshua Gamer 4567 says, I feel like triaxle dump trucks will hold heavyweight capacity much better than a single axle one. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I agree 100%. I wish we had a quad, because then over the winter I could lease the truck out and I could work winters for this company. Right now we're a seasonal company, so about November-ish, first week of November, we pretty much shut down.
4567 says, I feel like your Volvo dump truck has been a reliable workhorse. And what model years is the Volvo dump truck you're currently driving right now?
This is a 2013. And she's only got 437,071 miles on it, so she's technically a low mileage truck. Because if you stick around, we don't, most days we do a lot of sitting around. So we're not pounding millions of miles on the truck. Are the voices working for you guys and I'm just not hearing them?
Joshua Gamer 4567 says, not bad for a 13-year-old Volvo dump truck.
Yeah, she'd be doing a little bit better, but we got to check engine light. The new turbos have a variable system on them, so
I can hear the voice just fine.
alright, so yeah, so it's just not working for me. Well, that's good. At least it's working for you guys. So it's got a part inside the turbo that kind of changes how it works. So it can generate more boost at low RPM and then switch to generate more boost on the high end. Mine currently is stuck somewhere in the middle. So I don't get the best performance off the line right now, and I don't get the best performance on the high end. It's kind of, I got mid-range power. So we're just waiting on the mechanic shop to come up with the parts, and then we're gonna get it fixed.
Peppermint says, no, I've been broken, I've been trying.
Gotcha.
Frankie says, they don't watch Flintstones in Dubai but Abu Dhabi do.
That's funny. I like it. Keep it coming. I like it. Hey, that's our same machine right there. A C337.
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, has there been any serious or concerning recalls that dump truck you currently had in the past or anything?
Not that I'm aware of. If they were done, they were done before we owned it. We haven't really had any issues. Every once in a while, we'd have a fuel issue where it just wasn't running right. We'd change out the fuel filters and it'd be fine. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure. We just installed a fast fuel system to it.
Says, that's good one, Frankie.
Yep. We just added a fast fuel system to the truck, which solved a lot of our fuel issues that we've had over the years. So again, it's kind of sad that we're going to be replacing the truck, because it's like...
Dogmata says, looking good, Poppy, where we dropping our load off today?
We're headed home. We're done for the day. We're headed to my house. Everybody's invited.
Peppermint says, no, Eric, wait, not working. I sent a couple off, it's not doing it.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, like I said, that's out of my control. You know, unfortunately, they're not local voices, they're web voices. So if the web server decides it's not going to work, it is still in beta. So...
Dogmata says, will there be hamburgers?
Probably. Probably. I like my hamburgers.
Peppermint says, well, it's 103 in Thunder.
Oh, that's gotta suck, because that's gonna be buggy as hell. All that high humidity and 103, that's gonna be horrible.
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, I've been enjoying the stream so far.
Well, I'm glad. I've put a lot of work into it. Every single day it's getting better. We just added a program called Speedify to the network, which it's making it so...
says, well, I just looking 109 in Thunder.
Wow. it's making it so that I have a bonded connection between the 3 cellular connections to me, so I can download like the chat and the TTS works. So
Joshua Gamer 4567 says, when you get the new dump truck, will it be a different manufacturer or the same, and will it have the same colors as the current truck you're driving right now?
well, it all depends on which truck the boss ends up getting. If he gets the one that we're kind of seriously looking at, it's going to be black beauty, and it's going to be a Western Star. It's going to be fancy. Ooh, it's a fancy truck. It's got a air operated.
He says, Tara, if you ever need another Joe Juice, ask.
Yeah. It's got an air-operated tailgate, lift gate. It's 565 horse. It's going to be a nice truck.
Dogmata says, how do you like your burgers cooked?
If they're frozen patties, I like to grill them on high heat, get a good crust on them, then I kind of cook them through. If it's a fresh patty, I don't mind if they're a little pink in the middle.
Says, 109 is what it is in Bad Thunder.
But personally, I like smash burgers the best. Like a double smash burger.
The go-kart guy says, be sure the new truck has large running boards, because after a bit more streaming components there will not be enough room for you.
No shit. Yeah, we're almost to my house. We got probably another 12 minutes. I'll give you a tour. I'll give you a tour there, Joshua, of all the equipment.
4567 says, I hope the manufacturer dump truck that your boss special orders will be a good one.
Well, he's looking at a used truck, maybe a year or two old. So it's not going to be brand new. The depreciation and what they want for brand new
Peppermint
is just crazy.
Black is my favorite color. It's going to be pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, a brand spanking new dump truck is going for $250,000 to $300,000. A couple-year-old one is down $150,000, $180,000.
Frankie says, my 12-year-old nephew came up to me this morning and he asked for some coffee, and I said sure, but and he said it tastes like dirt, and I said yeah, it was ground this morning.
There we go. So yeah, I'll hook up one of the external cameras and I'll give you a little tour of the setup. In about 10 minutes. Oh, gotta change microphones. There we go. back with a good microphone.
Gamer 4567 says, I do like the chrome wheels on these trucks, but they can be a huge pain to clean too.
Yeah. Yeah, I just drive the truck. My boss, I drive it and I fix all the equipment when it breaks. You know, as long as it's not too obnoxiously long or too in depth where I would need a shop, I'll do most of the work on them.
Gamer 4567 says, did one of the batteries on your microphones went out?
It was going red. I get about a little over 5 hours of streaming per microphone. So about every 5 hours I gotta swap them out. I've got two different microphones, so I switch between them.
Peppermint says, yes. Says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
And now you can become green and be a member.
Frankie says, if you want Eric you can play the sounders for Joshua too, no pressure though.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
We got Let's Go. This seems to be everybody's favorite one, so I'll play this one. Doesn't pertain to anybody. They just everybody likes it. Peace, Love, and Sunshine. When she comes in, she likes this one.
No!
Lane Rodriguez F1L says, are y'all working Saturday?
I normally never work weekends. It's very rare if I am working weekends, it's usually mechanical stuff, repairs and stuff. It's not usually the whole crew.
Peppermint says, I have to get my truck washed before I go in California.
Okay. Do you like have to, or you just want to?
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, I think you should get a jumbo-size batter pack for your microphone so that way you don't have to worry about changing them up so it can go longer too. But what do you think?
Well, I mean, it's just right now it's wirelessly clipped to my chest. I've got a, here, I'll show you real quick. Well, actually, we're almost home. I'll show you in a second. So this is very comfortable. You know, this is my microphone right here.
Peppermint says, love it, LOL.
And so it's real easy for me to take it on and off, and all the TTS chat comes through through the microphone. That's the way you guys hear it. So I have to be able to easily just take it off the
Frankie
off
says,
me.
the "You are an idiot" is the best.
Yeah. So I've got a little necklace on that's got like a magnetic disc that is under my shirt. and I can just clip the mic on and off that mount. So if I'm getting out of the truck, I can just grab the mic and put it down. That way you guys can still hear TTS.
Peppermint says, have to.
So, I mean, it works out pretty good. Like I said, you know, while one is charging, I'm using the other one. The only downside is sometimes I don't notice that the mic is about to die, and then people in the chat go, no audio, and it's like, oh, okay, and I just swap the mics. But otherwise, you know, it works pretty good, you know. Every 5 hours I gotta switch mics. And it's pretty painless. I just grab the other mic, it automatically takes over. So it's not like I have to do any special procedure or go into settings and choose another mic. It's literally just grab the other one, put this one in the charger, and put the other one on my chest, and it's just done. So, and I already owned this, so I own this from when I used to stream a long time ago. So I didn't have to spend any extra money.
Peppermint says, DOT mess with you if truck dirty.
Ah, yeah, so you have to. You were not kidding. You have to.
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, the "you are the idiot" sound makes me laugh so hard, hahaha.
Yeah. I got this one too. I like this one.
Emotional damage.
Frankie says, same Joshua.
Or we've got this one.
Serious.
Alright, I personally enjoy this one also.
God! No! God, please, no! No! No!
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, this is so entertaining.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, I thrive off the chat, so the more chat interaction,
FRRR Joshua.
the better the live ends up being.
Peppermint says, the mic sounds really good.
Yep. Play 007? Alright.
Chef Tara says, only 10 hours from Vegas time to Walk, hahaha.
Yeah, well, it'd be even closer because Manitowoc is further away. Sheboygan's closer. But, you know, you've got a boyfriend, you've got a boyfriend, you've got a boyfriend.
Frankie says, play 007. At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, Ford and Chevy used to make dump trucks back in the day, but sadly it never worked out for that, and I felt like they lost a ton of money in that too.
Yeah.
Especially in the 70s and 80s, I think.
Yeah. Alright, so So I will give you the tour. All right, here we go. So that is the phone that is kind of controlling the stream. I can press these buttons down on the bottom. Oh, sorry. You can press these buttons at the bottom to change different cameras. That is a DJI Action 4, Osmo Action 4. And that's the camera that you guys are usually watching most of the time. This is my tablet that I kind of watch the stream on. This is just my personal phone. This is the Ethernet hub switch, whatever, that we have connected because the phone is...
Peppermint says, yes, back off, Tarot, I don't share.
Yeah. The phone is actually connected to wired Ethernet. That's an Ethernet adapter back there. So that's what that is. We get cell data from this phone. This one's on T-Mobile. We've got...
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, I like your setup.
Oh, we're not done yet. Then this phone is our AT&T phone. This gives us an AT&T service. Then the cradle that the phone is in, that's a WeBoost receiver. This is actually the
Frankie
WeBoost
says,
amplifier.
At Joshua Gamer 4567, wait, it gets more insane.
Yep, so this is the WeBoost amplifier for the cell signal for this phone. This is a GLI X2000 router cellular modem. So this gives us Verizon.
Says, I can get there in about 36 hours.
Yeah, so that gives us Verizon. And then we've got the MacBook with the computer stand. And right now we run through this. So this is how I do the noisemakers through the Steam Deck. So this is the Steam Deck, and this is how I can, I just press the button. And then I've got different pages. So those are different noisemakers I can do. And then this is how I control the stream. These are my OBS buttons. These are my Mobilin buttons. You know, volume, stuff like that. Then I like this one too.
FBI, open up!
So yeah, that's the setup. We've got, I haven't been using it much, but we got a mount here that we can put the DJI camera on. Then we have this is our backup camera. So I put this on the side of the truck. It's got magnets. This piece here is actually a battery pack. This is a DJI Action 4 camera with a 3D printed fan. I actually found this. There's actually a fan here in the end. You know, the wire comes out here and it plugs into the battery pack, which keeps the camera cool.
Peppermint says, LOL.
So it keeps the camera cool. So this gives us our backup shots for when like we're backing up to the paver and stuff. Then let's see, what else do we got? Then we have this is our outside Wi-Fi antenna. So this lets us get signal outside of the truck.
Fry says,
Then
the FBI sounder.
Then that antenna over there, that circular one, that is our cellular antenna for that modem, or for that network modem. And then that antenna is the WeBoost antenna.
Frankie says, why Fry?
So yeah, that's the whole tour. Yeah, Fry doesn't like the FBI. he doesn't like the FBI. So
Fry says, I have FBI PTSD.
Yeah. So there you go. And then we obviously we have this phone. This is the phone that I was just using that lets us kind of go around and do the quick little shots like that.
Scary it is fry, I know.
Yeah. So that's the full setup. So
Fry says, I will have to tell the story next time I call in at Frankie Float.
sorry, I turned off the truck. Didn't mean to cut off TTS. So yeah, that's the whole setup. But it's the setup I have to do to be able to stream
Frankie
where I
says,
can.
At Fry TV, all right.
If I had any less, we wouldn't be able to stream in the locations that I can stream from.
Gamer 4567 says, it sure is a crazy setup.
Yeah, like I said, it's probably well over $3,000 in hardware. You know, just is what it is.
Peppermint says, where are you at Fry? Frankie says, IKR. At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, but a good one nevertheless.
Yeah, it's a
Frankie
lot of
says,
work.
more is less.
I wish it worked that way.
Fry says, I live close to Austin, Texas at Clara Bailey.
Yeah, I wish it's, like I said, it's pretty.
At Joshua Gamer 4567 says, $3,000 is a good starter setup, to be fairly honest.
Well, this is kind of compared to like what people have as a home setup. Most people just have a phone and maybe a hotspot, you know. So
Peppermint
yeah.
says, are we home, honey? Get the hot tub going.
Yeah. No, we're home. We are home. All right, I'm gonna send you guys over to.
Frankie says, so my sounder shall be ready Monday, Eric?
Probably, yep. I'm gonna send you over to Hot Damn. She's got a bingo thing going. Just stop in, say hi, hit the like button for her. You guys don't have to stay, but you know, if you enjoy it, you can participate in bingo. It's a pretty good time. And yeah, that's our show, people. That is our show. So, you know, that is the show. So, hey, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow. You guys know, click that bell so you know if I go live. I mean, it just is what it is. You know, click that bell. And we'll go from there. So,
Chef Tara says, no, don't go.
I have to go. Okay. See you guys later. Stay around for the redirect. Just go in, say hi, say that you rated from Mechanic Eric's, and Then you guys can go wherever the heck you
At
want
Joshua Gamer
afterwards.
4567 says,